to understand, for the fans at home, to understand what this is all about from your point of view and some of the things you have to deal with it immediately.
Well, yeah, look, NIL in simplest form is allowing athletes to generate money off their name, image, and likeness, which I think I am a supporter of that. Other students have been able to do this in the general population. Now, like anything in our enterprise, people tend to take that and run with it in different fashion, if you will, and probably coloring outside the lines a little bit. But I think what we have to really, it really does come down to education, because we all, all of us on this show grew up with, that was so counter to everything we were a part of. A student athlete getting a car, it was like the mortal sin. That was never, but that is okay. And we're trying to educate us. This is okay.
So how important is NIL for those student athletes that are paying tens of thousands of dollars to play at Penn State, or even for those that are full scholarship, they come from a tough background financially? Talk about how that's going to impact them and their lives.
The Ohio Bobcats enter the abyss of Beaver Stadium as Penn State football will kick off its 63rd season inside the hallowed grounds of Beaver Stadium. Penn State home opener coming up shortly as they'll take on the Ohio Bobcats out of the MAC. 12 noon kick on ABC. Thank you for tuning in and watching my live watch-along reactions live right here on YouTube. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cohen Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Scroll down, check out Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Hit that red subscribe button right here on YouTube as well. Notification bell next to it as well. Thumbs up button. Penn State to win. Share hashtag college football, hashtag Ohio, hashtag Penn State. Chat questions and comments, super chats, super stickers, super likes, and super thanks. Always greatly appreciated. Penn State today, they were 27.5 point favorite. Now that will make it a 28 point favorite. So 4 touchdowns. Will they cover? I highly doubt it. The over-under is at 54. They got a 97% chance to win today against Ohio. Chance to win gold from the team from Athens. And honestly, if Penn State wins today, they should be ranked going in to next week's contest at Auburn, 3:30 next Saturday on ABC. Excuse me, CBS. Today's game is on ABC. So Fox last week kicked off the year on a Thursday night. First time ever Penn State opened the season on a Thursday night. They played on every day of the week in the regular season other than Tuesday. They played on every single day of the week during bowl season. But to begin the season on the road, Penn State's never going to play a home game on a Thursday or Friday. They played a few Friday away games the past few years. But first time ever last week, Penn State kicked off the year on a Thursday night. They went to West Lafayette and defeated Purdue by 4. They covered, 28-point favorite now today at home. Family reunion for the 110,000. First home game since late last year, of course, on Senior Day. But, yeah, as mentioned, 28-point favorite now, 90% chance to win. Should be ranked if they win today because they're getting votes right on the outside of the AP Top 25 poll that, of course, you go by until the college football playoff rankings are released in November. So I think with a win today, they should be ranked going into Auburn next Saturday. That game, 3:30 on CBS. First Penn State game on CBS in over 2 decades. However, it'll become the norm beginning next year with the new TV deal that the Big Ten struck recently with your basic local channels of CBS, Fox, and NBC. No more ESPN, ABC after this season for Big Ten football. So last week's game on Fox. Today we have ABC. We'll be on CBS next week. I'm live right here on YouTube right now. Thanks for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. We have a Penn State pregame show about to wrap up. Former assistant coaches in Jay Paterno and Tom Bradley with your host, Todd Sadowski, as they were just striking up a conversation with Penn State's new athletic director and Pat Kraft, along with recapping last week's game and a little preview for kickoff here in about 10 minutes or so. So, speaking of recapping, Penn State, as mentioned, they went to Purdue last week. They're up 21-10 at halftime. Purdue's field goal that they had to begin the game was the difference late, before, of course, they ended up scoring a go-ahead and then game-winning touchdown. But the field goal after the pick six was the difference, because they were up 31-28. Penn State, of course, scores with a minute to go, and then they hold on and win by 4, as mentioned, 35-31. Ohio, on the flip side, they defeated Florida Atlantic at home 41-38. However, in today's 7th all-time meeting between these two schools, Ohio, a decade ago, defeated Penn State in Bill O'Brien's first game as the blue and white head coach, taking over for Joe Paterno. Hard to believe that was a decade ago now, 10, 11 years. But in that 24-14 win for the Bobcats then, led by Frank Solich, who's no longer there, who says they can't do it again? They are 28-point underdogs on the road. Ohio hosting Florida Atlantic at Penn State. They'll go to Iowa State next week. So, speaking of Frank Solich, he retired at the end of 2020. A longtime Solich assistant, though, in Tim Albin, who was with him at Nebraska and then at Ohio as well. He enters his second season as the Ohio Bobcat head coach. They finished 3-9 last year, whereas Penn State finished 7-6. However, both teams entering week 2 here today are both 1-0. So, I think, honestly, Ohio will keep it close against Penn State until, say, mid to late third quarter, but then Penn State pulls away in the fourth. Ohio's led by quarterback number 7, Curtis behind the deuce O'Rourke. He's actually the younger brother to former Ohio Bobcat quarterback and Nathan O'Rourke, who's a starting quarterback up in the Great White North in the CFL. Today, though, I think both teams are going to have to find, as always, some early momentum to try to control the game. Starts up front. You got to be able to block to run the football, open up the pass, run to pass, pass to run. Play good defense, rely on your special teams, create turnovers, capitalize on turnovers, no stupid penalties. But whoever wins the line of scrimmage up front, and Penn State's going to have a major advantage in that category, even though the O-line, still really isn't up to par. I didn't think last week they didn't play that great, but they didn't play that bad either. They're, average. They had 3 running backs, 30 yards apiece. They still haven't had a 100-yard rusher, though, in 17 games. You got to go back to late 2020 for the last time they had one of those. Penn State has to find a running game today if they're going to want to win, more than 7 football games this year. Like I said last week, too, they have the potential, though, with the way recruiting's been, the depth they have at every position. There's a ton of potential if they can, put it all together, click, and, move forward with this year's 2022 team. But, we'll see if they have learned to run the ball yet. 17 straight games now. No 100-yard rusher, as mentioned. We'll also see if they've learned to cover, let alone tackle on defense. Need some balance and consistency in all 3 phases. It's not going to be that easy of a game today for Penn State. Now, they might cover. I don't think they will. They might put, 35 up as they did on Purdue last week as well. But need some balance and consistency. You got to be able to run the ball. So it starts up front. You got to be able to block. You got to be able to run. You got to be able to pass. Run to pass. Pass to run. bend but don't break defense. Rely on your defense to, as they did last week and all last year, for God's sakes. You know, when game's on the line, making plays, and hope to come out on top. But yeah, Penn State's gonna not necessarily a tune-up game today. You know, you start off on the road in the Big Ten once again, and start off on the road for the third straight year as well, also in the Big Ten. But you know, yeah, offensively, run the ball. Defensively, just make stops. You know, last week they were looking like Ray Charles on defense, and offensive line like Swiss cheese. So, yeah, run the ball, play good D, and rely on your special teams. Because if they can't run the ball and if they can't cover, let alone tackle, they're going to be in some major trouble, in my opinion. Like I said, no turnovers. You got to be able to capitalize off turnovers, as they did last week. Both teams capitalized off turnovers. But then no stupid penalties either. Penn State 5-1 against Ohio all time. So today's the 7th overall meeting, as mentioned. First time in a decade they played. The previous meetings were in the late 60s and early to mid 70s. But in Penn State's 5 wins and the 5-1 record, they've scored at least 32 points in each of those 5 games. So as we get ESPN and ABC, there's a student section, ESPN on ABC, Big Ten on ABC, Ohio and Penn State, the Bobcats and the Nittany Lions. We got the meets presented by Arby's. Who we got on the call? There's the Nittany Lion. We'll see how the crowd files out. Dave Pash, Dusty Dvorak from Beaver Stadium in Central Pennsylvania. See highlights from last week's game. I think, like I said, Ohio's going to keep it close early, but then Penn State pulls away late. Al Bundy actually gave me a call and said Nittany Lions 42-17, so we'll see if that sticks. But, yeah, Clifford was responsible for all 5 touchdowns last week. As here come the Nittany Lions, led by James Franklin in his 9th season. Is that a hammer? Or a mallet? Penn State forever in the home opener for 2022. We got Ohio, Penn State. The game of the day, even though Alabama's a 20-point favorite at Texas, got the Tide and the Horns, along with in the SEC, South Carolina, and the team Penn State lost in the Outback Bowl. And Arkansas, followed by on FS1, a future Penn State opponent, as we saw Central Michigan last week. That game's in 2 weeks' time. I watched the Auburn game last Saturday night as well. Northwestern comes in for homecoming on October the 1st. So we have Duke and Northwestern. As Northwestern was actually off last week. They played week 0 across the pond in Ireland, defeating Nebraska. So 4 games we'll be watching here at high noon. Will be Ohio, Penn State, Alabama, Texas, South Carolina, Arkansas, and Duke, Northwestern. So we'll see how smart they play on the field, along with how many points these other teams put up, and how good or bad Penn State looks on offense with Ben Hilder on the football. So I'll leave it at that. But yeah, only time's going to tell to see what happens. You know, someone's got to give. We'll see what does, as always. But A kickoff coming up here shortly. We'll see who's getting the ball, begin the game, and then, of course, in the second half. But coming up at halftime, as always, first half stats and scores. We're going to take a look around what's going on in college football here early in the season, first few weeks. Update some scores of today's games. We'll preview next week as well. Be sure to tune in next Saturday at 3:30, live right here on YouTube, as mentioned earlier, for Penn State Auburn. Hopefully we'll tune in tomorrow as well as the NFL kicks off. Doubleheader for myself. PennStateClothes.com first off. But Steelers Bengals at 1 on CBS, and then Sunday Night Football in a rematch from the NFL kickoff game last year, Tampa and Dallas, and then on Monday Night Football and WWE Monday Night Raw. So be sure to subscribe if you haven't done so already, and be sure to tune back in for college football, NFL, and professional wrestling live watch-along reactions. But today, focus is turned to Penn State football. The Blue and White hosting Ohio for the first time in a decade. So we'll see how this game goes, and then go from there. We'll see if I get pissed off early or later or the whole entire game with how they're playing. But I think it should be a good game. I do. They had a tough test last week. They showed late that defensively, even though they gave up 31 points, offensively they scored more, which is a good thing because you don't want that to happen because then you'll lose. They won 35-31. The defense was able to get off the field when they needed to, and they ended up winning the game. So, Ohio and Penn State about to kick off. We're actually underway in Duke, Northwestern, South Carolina, Arkansas, and now Alabama, Texas. There's James Franklin. Yeah, Penn State's been 500 since 2020. But what can you do? Here we are in 2022. Who's getting the ball? Ohio. Ohio is getting the football, so Sander Sahadak is on to kick off, a lefty kicker who reminds me a lot of Kevin Kelly from back in the day. Him and Gabe Owusu will rotate kickoffs as they did last week. But we're underway. Penn State kicks off right to left across your television screen, radio and IO dial, and we'll have a return from the 5-yard line. And Penn State will make the stop at the 22. So Ohio will set up shop 6 seconds in, 14:54 to play in the opening quarter. 1st and 10 from the 22-yard line. Nathan's his older brother, as mentioned. But, see how this defense plays and see if they can get some turnovers, stop the run. They'll be able to run the ball and stop it. But here we go. They'll line up, trips in a bunch near side, out of the gun. O'Rourke gets hit. That's intentional grounding. No penalty yet, but that's intentional grounding if I've ever seen it. But they got to him. And he was forced to throw it away. I don't know why they didn't call a penalty on that. It's incomplete. 2nd and 10. So you're starting D-line as it was last week. You'll have Adisa Isaac and Nick Tarburton on the D-ends. And then in the middle, P.J. Mustapher and Hakeem the Dream Beeman, who hit O'Rourke, who ends up in the pistol. And he'll hand off. And about a yard or so before Curtis Jacobs brings him down, a 3rd down for Ohio, OHIO. And Tom Luganville down on the sideline. We'll see. I believe he was in Atlanta on Monday night for the Clemson game, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, and he's already diving into, as I was about ready to say, with recruiting, but then looking ahead to the NFL, how some of these players are going to be NFL draft prospects in the coming years. But 3rd and 9, we got a late whistle. We're going to have a timeout by Penn State. Timeout Penn State, 50 seconds in for 3rd and 9 for Ohio. Hopefully you don't need that timeout before halftime. Because if so, I get you want to be set, but still at the same time, I think that might be a stupid timeout. But unless they get a turnover here or, force them to punt, just as long as they don't give a first down here, it'd be all right. But just hopefully you don't need that 3rd timeout right before halftime. So 3rd and 9 for Ohio. As they talk about Joey Porter Jr., there's his dad, the Steeler great himself. He must like getting surgery during football season, because last year he had back surgery. Jesus Christ. You take a fucking timeout, and then you go to a big first down when you had him stopped, and you didn't need to take a timeout. You just flipped the momentum to them. Now hopefully you can get off the field here in a few more plays, rather than allowing them to drive to, score to begin the game. Because when they played 10 years ago, Penn State blew a lead. But, last year Joey Porter had back surgery. That's why I make the joke of him climbing up steps at away games. As O'Rourke will keep it, he'll lose 3 back to the 37. And then, of course, now he just got his left arm operated on, it seems like. Shoulder, elbow, he's in a sling. But at the same point in time, when he played in the NFL for how long, and he's how old now, some stuff's, starting to catch up with him. But then on defense, your 2 corners, Joey Porter Jr., Daquan Hardy, along with Johnny Dixon. There's Keaton Ellis almost making the interception, incomplete, so 3rd and 14. So they give up the first down after a timeout on 3rd and 9. They lose 4 on a quarterback draw, and then you have an incomplete pass there. So 3rd and 14 here, pie for Ohio. Yeah, the question is the linebackers. That's what I'm worried about. Because it's really only Curtis Jacobs who steps up at linebacker. 3rd and 14 for Ohio, once again at 36. And it's going to be dumped off, but batted down at the line of scrimmage. Number 44, Chop Robinson, the transfer from Maryland. He gets his hand up there and chops it down. It's incomplete, and 4th down for Ohio. They'll punt, and number 3, Parker Washington, will be back deep to receive. Punt up and away. He fields it at the 20. And then on the return, as he dances around, he gets maybe 3-4 yards. So Penn State will set up shop 23 and a half, 24-yard line, depending on the spot here. 1st and 10. 12:36 to go in this opening quarter. Here comes Sean Clifford, the big red dog, number 14, back for his 6th year. 40th career game. Been a starter for 4 years now, but there's been some good, but there's also been some bad. We saw Drew Allar last week for a drive because Clifford had some cramps. That pass will be complete. Number 19, Jaden Doughton for 9. So he picks up a good amount. Kevon Lee's your tailback. Going to line up to the right of Clifford. And they'll run the same play, fake the give, he'll roll out, and then the receiver's just standing there and dump it off to him, basically on a bubble screen, as they get a blocker ahead of them. And that pass will be caught by number 5, the Western Kentucky transfer, who had about 85 yards receiving last week, and Mitchell Tinsley. We'll see if Keandre Lambert-Smith learned to catch football the past week or not. But first and 10, Penn State from the 38. So 2 plays, they get a first down. Alabama with a long field goal from 52, and it'll be good. 3-0 Tide. Penn State, they get a first down, and that's Nick Singleton, the true freshman, the Gatorade National Player of the Year, #1 running back recruit in the country. First and 10, he gets 11, make it first and 10 again. So they go Kevon Lee on 2 plays, but 2 passes. Singleton now in the game back, and he gets a first down on 1 run. They'll hand off to him again, and he gets out past midfield for about 3. Be 2nd down and 7 here for the Penn State offense. Last week, as Kevon Lee comes back in, they gave Kevon Lee the first drive, Nick Singleton the second drive, and then the fat man, Katron Allen, the third drive. This drive to begin today's game, Kevon gets 2 plays, Singleton 2 plays. Now, Lee's back in. He's lined up in the slot near side, empty set 5 wide. Clifford looking to throw, dumps it off. It's caught. Parker Washington. What a quiet, good block. It's coming back, though, for a hold or a block in the back. And Parker Washington gets inside the red zone, but penalty on the play. Yeah, it's coming back. It'll be first and long for Penn State. They'll replay the down. But, yeah, he had a quiet game last week. He had a couple catches for about 30 yards. And he got a personal foul. Illegal blindside block on Kevon Lee, which that was a good block. That looked clean. Let's see a replay. Yeah, I don't fucking think so. That's not a illegal blindside block. Franklin wants an explanation. They half-ass it. But Parker Washington on the crosser over the middle, and then, well, maybe a little bit, but not much. And then he stayed in bounds, got upfield, got inside the 20, but they'll bring it back because of the penalty. So we'll see where they spot it officially here. It'll be 2nd and 7 back at the 48 rather than first and long. Bullshit chant from the student section. Clifford looking to throw on a screen, a little high for Kevon Lee, but is able to bring it down and scoots upfield on the far side and gets another Penn State first down. So they'll move the sticks here once again on this opening drive. Under 10 to play in the opening quarter, and Penn State's trying to find some rhythm here. We'll see if they can keep it up. Fakes the give. Wanted to pass, nobody there, so he has to tuck it and run and then nowhere to go. So, yeah, stuck to the line of scrimmage, no game on the play. It'll be 2nd down and 10 for Penn State. Duke, 7-0 over Northwestern. We got a tie game with Carolina and Arkansas, and then Alabama with a long field goal up 3. Texas getting the ball for the first time. It's Penn State. Forced Ohio to punt. Offense driving, penalty just backed them up. Got a 2nd and 10, toss play, Kevon Lee, and nowhere to go. It'll be 3rd and 9. Can he at least get in field goal range here? I mean, even if so, it'd be 4th and inches, and they'd probably decide to go for it. Yeah, Wormley and Wallace on the right side. 77 and 79, blocking wise, and just let them get tackled, basically. Trips near side, out of the gun, as the ref will allow Ohio to substitute if they want. Now play clock at 5. Gotta go. 3rd and 10. Get it off right at the last second. Clifford once again looking to throw. Will step up, dump it off. Caught Mitchell, number 6, Harrison Wallace, not number 5, Mitchell Tinsley. He wore 85, switched it. He's now number 6. So they're dishing it out to a few different receivers here. It'll be 4th and 2. Are they going to go for it again like they did early last week? They converted. Remember Kevon Lee, or it was Devin Ford on that. Kevon Lee's in right now, though. And then Kevon Lee, of course, had the game-winning touchdown catch. Clifford looking for a Penn State's going for it on 4th and 2. Down the middle, caught Tyler Warren, first down, Penn State. So they finally go to the tight ends here as well on this drive. So, Clifford's going to have 70 yards passing at the end of this drive. They keep it up. From officially at the 16-yard line, 1st and 10. Clifford going to roll near side, tuck it and run, and he'll dive, touchdown. Now they're going to say he's out at the 2. Good decision to keep it. Nobody open. He knocked the pylon down, but was he out? Yeah, he's out. About 1.5, 2-yard line. So they'll go 1st and goal from there. We got a whistle. Timeout maybe. 7:02 and counting to play. They're going to review the previous play on the field. They rolled him out of bounds. Which, looking at that, that's the right call. Knees, foot's out right there. Well, ball is right there on the goal line, though, too. Is there another look? Potentially, yeah. This one. I think, honestly, they'll stay with rolling on the field. I don't think they're going to have enough to overturn that. Yeah, it's close, but they might give it to him, though, too. We'll see how these refs are today. Should be a MAC officiating crew on the field with the Big Ten refs up in the booth. But another look at it here. Yeah, he's going to be short. I think he's going to be short, even though I thought it was a touchdown in real time. Looking at that, and they called it out of bounds right there. Ball's right there, too, but you have to find undisputed video evidence to overturn it. I honestly don't think they're going to have that. Yeah, right there, ball's just right before the pylon before it gets knocked over. That's a tough call. Good call on the field. I mean, could have won either way. Yeah, rolling the field's ball carriers down the 1-yard line. I mean, if they return it, Penn State has a 1st and goal at the 1.5, 2-yard line. So just as long as they punch it in, don't have to settle for field goal, let alone turn it over, don't get anything out of it, be all right. So whether it's touchdown now or in a couple of plays, fine by me. Clifford's trying to get some clarity from the refs, as is Franklin. They're going to say touchdown. Yeah. Stands is called, actually. Okay, so they lied to him on the sideline, and now the offense has to go back out on the field. Because, of course, all the refs are talking to each other while this is going on. Yeah, he has almost 80 yards passing. Got a 1st down run there. Wasn't in, but got a 1st and goal now. Yeah, 1st and goal. Are they going to sneak it again from the half-yard line? Yeah, it's exactly what they did last week. Touchdown, Penn State. That's a touchdown. Thank you. Extra point to come. We'll fight on State for 6. Clifford, that drive was all his. Singleton had a big run. And we'll pull up some stats here in a minute, but perfect on every pass. Had almost 80 yards passing and 15 yards rushing. They had a penalty that backed it up, so do the difference with the yardage then. Extra point up and good by Pinniger. Penn State leads at 7-0 with 6:45 to play in the opening quarter. So, yeah. They get down, goal line situation. Hey, they've learned how to punch it in now, it seems like. Quarterback sneak. Push from behind. That's how he scored the quarterback sneak touchdown last week. Same formation out of the tee. And with Bretton Strange, the tight end behind him. And then 2 backs to his left and right respectively. They really didn't need to push him tonight, or today rather than last week. But, yeah. Here we are. Penn State up. Officially 7-0. Alabama 3-0 as mentioned. At Texas. Looks like Arkansas is about to score. As did Duke, as mentioned, at Northwestern, but they're in a commercial break right now, so we'll get back to these other games shortly. But Sean Clifford officially as O'Rourke's 1 for 4, 16 yards. Pass was complete to Sam Walton. Sean Clifford, 6 of 6 for 62 yards. Has 3 carries for 16 yards on the ground and a touchdown, so give me a hell yeah. Singleton, 2 of 14. Tyler Warren has 16 yards receiving on 1 catch. Parker Washington has 15 catches on 1 catch. Jaden Doughton, 1 of 9. Kevon Lee, 1 of 8. Harrison Wallace, 1 of 8. And Mitchell Tinsley has a catch for 6 yards. No Keandre Lambert-Smith. I don't know if they're holding him back because he can't catch now. And Jaden Doughton's taking his spot. Harrison Wallace played a little bit last week. Threw me off for a second because, like I said, he switched numbers already from the preseason and fall camp to number 6 as they online also added on to the roster walk-ons and any other changes that, of course, were made. Haven't seen any Malik Mega at wide receiver, but they have a good 15 receivers that with, Parker, Mitchell, and it seems like, sorry for the technical difficulties, your 4th, 5th, and 6th receivers, as I was saying before it cut, behind Parker Washington, Mitchell Tinsley, and Keandre Lambert-Smith, it's Harrison Wallace, Jaden Doughton, and then Malik Mega, but then you still have some younger guys even behind them. Running backs, you got, right now, Kevon Lee and Nick Singleton. You have 4 receivers, though, or 4 running backs, excuse me. Devin Ford's your running back receiver. Lee, Singleton, and Katron can also catch it if need be, but, Clifford's your starting quarterback. You got 4 backs, 3, 4, 5, 6 receivers. Tyler Warren, Bretton Strange, Theo Johnson as your tight ends. And in no particular order by any means. They dish it out pretty evenly on that drive. And Clifford, like I said, was perfect. 6 of 6, 62 yards, and then had a rushing touchdown. So Penn State up 7-0 here, 6:40 to play in the opening quarter. And a return out past 15, 20-yard line there, 1st and 10, Ohio. But in the meantime, they'll take a commercial break for some unknown reason, even though we just took one after the touchdown. Come back to We Are chants. Sorry for the technical difficulties as mentioned with the buffering, disconnect, and reconnect, but here we are. So, yeah. Clifford, if he keeps it up, Penn State, if they can find a running game, can play good defense, they'll be in a good spot. But today, overall, if they get out to a big lead, we're going to be seeing Drew Lar, we're going to be seeing Christian Bayou, might even see Bo Brule. Like I said, I still think Ohio is going to keep it close, and then Penn State pulls away, late in the second half. The whole fourth quarter, maybe half of it comes down to it, might all go to Drew Lar. They're going to have to watch, though, his 4-game limit if they still want to redshirt him. Because you can play in up to 4 games and still redshirt. He's a true freshman, as is Bo. Vayu, who was the backup last year, he's still one of the backups, but Lars, your number 2 now, has Big Ben Roethlisberger comps, has Josh Allen comps. Of course, Big Ben's 2-time Super Bowl winner, future Hall of Famer. We're seeing what Josh Allen is doing right now with the Buffalo Bills as they defeated the Rams on Thursday night to begin the season. Final score 31-10. He accounted for all 4 touchdowns in that win. So Clifford, as he accounted for all 5 scores last week. Penn State up 7 with another Sean Clifford touchdown. But we could see Drew Lar later on today. Rather than one drive apiece, their first 3-4 drives in the first half last week, and then they went back to it in the second half until later in the game, came down to it. Best players are in. It was Kevon Lee, Nick Singleton, and Katron Allen. 1 series apiece. Today, we had 2 plays for Kevon Lee, 2 plays for Nick Singleton. 2 plays back to Kevon Lee, and then he sort of stayed in because the drive continued, and of course ended up scoring. And like I said, dishing it to receivers. Tyler Warren, tight end, number 44, he has a catch. Don't know what's up with Theo Johnson. They said last week that he didn't travel, even though I have confirmation that's not true. He was there on the sidelines, street clothes. Supposed to play today. We'll see what's up with him. Bretton Stranger, other tight end, though, too. But receivers, like I said, you have Parker Washington, Mitchell Tinsley, along with Keandre Lambert-Smith, but none of him thus far today because he couldn't catch last week. So like I said, I don't know if he's being punished for that by any means or not. But, hey, if there's other guys behind you that are catching it and playing better, by all means, you deserve to get jumped. So Harrison Wallace, Jaden Doughton, we'll see what's up with Malik Mega and Keandre and, a few others. And on top of all this, how the offensive line, does up front. But in the meantime, back to it. 1st and 10 Ohio at the 17-yard line. Out of the pistol is O'Rourke. Penn State might have jumped. They'll run a reverse and then a flea flicker, and it'll be incomplete. A little too high coverage by number 0 and Jonathan Sutherland, and number 6. Zakee Wheatley got an update. Arkansas State, not Arkansas, not Woo Pig Sioux. They're up 7-0 over South Carolina. But the Buckeyes of Ohio State, the other Ohio team with Ohio in their name, even though Ohio has a ton of college football teams. Pennsylvania, of course, for the most part, really Penn State, Pitt, and Temple, at least at the D1 level. But Ohio State up 7-3 on Arkansas State after they defeated Notre Dame last week to begin the year. Yeah, got some movement up front. Penn State might have jumped again, but they might also be calling false start here. False start, Ohio, 5-yard penalty, replay the down. So 2nd and 15 now. Talk about the offensive line. Defensively, right now you got Tar Burton, it looks like Devon Ellies, and Mustapher at D-tackle. And at the other DN spot as they get out past the 20 here, about the 22, 23-yard line. Be 3rd and about 5, maybe 6. Yeah, number 11, Abdul the Carter. We'll see how the Penn State defense does and how little points Ohio scores today. But yeah, he played in 2 plays last week. One on special teams, and the first play on defense had a stupid targeting call against them that cost them the rest of the game. Luckily, it happened first half, missed second half. He's able to play today. Penn State with some pressure. However, O'Rourke still gets rid of it. Keaton Ellis and Joey Porter Jr. on the stop as Jalen Reed, number 7, was the one who brought some pressure from the secondary. So, 1st and 10, Ohio from the 28. O'Rourke near side, going to roll out, dump it off, and then Eldsden and Wheatley there to push him out. Eldsden's your starting middle linebacker. Curtis Jacobs is also playing at backer. Sutherland, a former DB, you can put him back there, but he's playing linebacker. Carter's playing a little bit, as are the King twins, Kobe and Kalen. 2nd and 3. Kobe's a linebacker and Kalen's a DB from the 35. 2nd and 3, 5:35 and counting play in this opening quarter. Crowd making some noise. Out of the pistol, they'll hand off. Break a tackle. Carter with a big hit. And wearing that number 11 for Penn State, yeah, you better be making hits like that. Yeah, targeting last week for him was bullshit. Because it was sort of like late after the play. But what can you do? They called it after review, I might add. And he's back today, so, and they won last week. Doesn't really matter. The penalty is just stupid as it is. It's like, you sign to play football, you're never going to get hit. So, trips in a bunch, top of your screen. Penn State brings some pressure up the middle. Over the middle, it's caught because of that pressure. Nobody was fucking there. And then Jalen Reed makes the tackle. So, Ohio gets another first down here. They'll move the sticks again. 1st and 10. And like I said at the end of the game last week, too, Penn State defensively, more so than on offense, they're playing a lot of guys. And with as, young as they are again, still trying to get accustomed, used to who's who, so on and so forth. So, of course, you see me glancing. I'm looking at a depth chart. Run, missed tackle after missed tackle. And, yeah, Jacobs ended up bringing him down as Kobe King was the one who had a missed tackle. So no wonder he got beat out by Elsden, middle linebacker. Don't know what's up with Jamari Button or Charlie Casser by any means, but they have the depth. They do up front, the D line, and in the secondary. The big question is for me, it's how do these linebackers? With Penn State being linebacker, you better show out. But how do these linebackers play? Defensively, though, overall last week they couldn't cover, let alone tackle once again. O'Connell almost had 400 yards passing on him. 2nd and 6, O'Rourke getting pressured, gets rid of it and throws it out of bounds. Incomplete. So, at least Penn State didn't have to punt on that opening drive. But it seems like special teams, they have talent there too, with some kickers and punters. Alabama with a big touchdown, as Texas had tied it up at 3. And they just went like 85 yards on a rushing touchdown tied. This is rematch, first meeting since that title game too. Rematch of the 2009-2010 national championship game. Pass over the middle, incomplete. Keaton Ellis from State High on the coverage. And that'll be a 4th down, so Ohio will punt. Penn State's going to get the ball back, so we'll see how this Penn State offense responds. Yeah, that should have been picked off by Ellis. Chop Robinson's been playing good here today thus far, I thought. Had a big hit to end the game last week. But yeah, he's getting a ton of pressure. off the edge. Parker Washington from the 10 on the punt return. And he'll get to the 15, maybe 16-yard line. So 1st and 10 Penn State from there. 2:58 to play in the opening quarter. Up 7-0, and they'll take a break, so we'll get back to the action momentarily. Once again, thanks for tuning in and watching my College Football Ohio at Penn State live watch along reactions live right here on YouTube. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and live right here on YouTube. Thumbs up button, share, hashtag College Football, hashtag Ohio, hashtag Penn State, hashtag Ohio versus PSU as well when you share on social media. Chat questions and comments, super chats, super stickers, super likes, and super thanks. Always greatly appreciated. Penn State 1st and 10 from the 15-yard line when we return. Duke's up 14-0 now on Northwestern. Arkansas 7-3 over South Carolina. And Alabama with that touchdown now up 10-3 over Bevo and the Texas Longhorns. So Penn State 1st and 10 when we return once again. Two 4th and 2s for Penn State here, first 2 games of the year, and they've converted on both, which is a surprise. But it feels like they're getting more comfortable with Mike Yursich as the offensive coordinator. Clifford, of course, in his 6th year, 4th as a starter. Singleton on the give, flag on the play. They can't run it to begin with. Now they're going to get a hold called against them, so 10 yards. They'll back it up, replay the down, 1st and 20. And then, of course, Manny Diaz comes in on defense. Actually got a personal foul in the Ohio defense. 15 yards, automatic 1st down. I'll take it. I don't need to see a replay there. They'll probably show us one, but personal foul face mask. Right where the penalty was thrown, that was where they were running the ball, you know, so I know they say when you assume, but still, it looked like a hold. But 1st and 10, Penn State out the 30, trips near side, handoff, big Nick Singleton out past midfield, and he's off to the races, down the far sideline, 15-10, 5 touchdown Penn State. Nick Singleton. Boom, to the house. 70 yards. Says, see you later. True freshman. There hasn't been this much buzz for Penn State running back since Saquon Barkley. Now it's Nick Singleton. That's what, as always, you run the football, eventually you're going to break one. Well, he's that good to break one on his own to begin with, but it all starts up front. You got to give credit to the offensive line. He hit the hole and went. It looked like it was going to be dead in the water to begin with, but then he just was gone. And didn't look like he stepped out by any means, and they're not reviewing it because extra points up and good, and Penn State now leads it 14-0 with 2:28 to play in the opening quarter. Here's a replay. Yeah, just out of the gun. Singleton was to Clifford's left, right to left across your television screen, and a just off tackle run. And yeah, down the far sideline he goes and does the airplane celebration once he gets into the end zone. But maybe he'll be striking a Heisman pose in a few years. But let's go. Nick Singleton, 70 yards to the house. Maybe Penn State will have a 100-yard rusher today, and it might be him. Hell, it already has 70 yards. Make it 83, 4 for 83 and a score. Hell, they might have a 100-yard rusher by the end of the fucking quarter. So yeah, I like that. He runs with passion. He's aggressive. Sal Wormley looking like Michael Strahan, but hey, he hit the block and Singleton followed, and boom, he's gone. So get that guy a Crest NIL deal, for God's sakes. From the 4 on the return, out past the 20 to the 24. Be first and 10 Ohio from there. So they waste no time on their second drive and touchdown. Showing some other games here, ESPN2, ACC and SEC Network, Missouri, Kansas State, Miami, and then Wake Forest. Southern Miss at Miami, Wake and Vandy. Of course, South Carolina, Arkansas. There's a big injury with Alabama and Texas. And it's the starting quarterback at number 3, Quinn Ewers. So Texas fans are not happy about that. Because honestly, the season might just went down the fucking drain. But remember, the last time these two teams played, yeah, that's going to be a shoulder injury for him. Left side at least. He's walking off under his own power, but I wouldn't be surprised he has a separated or dislocated shoulder, and he's going to be out for a few games, if not the whole year. Because remember, touchdown Arkansas as well. Duke's up now 21-0 at Northwestern. So was Northwestern's win against Nebraska a fluke? We'll see. Arkansas now 13, 14-3. Alabama 10-3 at Texas. But then Quinn Ewers injured. Hudson Card, your new quarterback for the Longhorns. They're about to tie this game up, though. They got a first and goal at the 1-yard line, but Quinn Ewers injured. And Texas does score, so they'll tie it up. But actually, they're going to say he's down, but he was in. I'll have to review that. Of course, Ewers from Texas, played Ohio State last year as a high school senior, but he, re-enrolled and was a true freshman in college last year. So he's technically a sophomore, but then a redshirt freshman, but a true freshman because he's only 18, because he skipped his senior year of high school and went and played college football. Hopefully that makes sense. End of 1, though, 10-3. They'll have a second goal at the 1. But Quinn Ewers injured. That's going to be a big story in college football for Texas, at least. But you remember the national title game. What if Colt McCoy didn't get injured? Who knows what would happen in that game? Alabama probably still would have won, but you just don't know. That's why, of course, the game's played. But, yeah. Texas with another injured quarterback against Alabama in a big game. So, in the meantime, Ohio under a minute to play here. Going to have a third down 14 at Penn State. So, yeah, they wasted no time on their second drive after they took up a decent chunk on a long touchdown drive to begin the game. But 2 rushing touchdowns for Penn State here in this opening quarter. This will probably do it for the first quarter as well. 3rd and officially 3. Another trips in a bunch formation near side. 3, 2, 1. They're not even going to snap it. They snap it right at the last second after time expired. They gave it to him. It falls incomplete. So 4th down. They'll punt to begin the second quarter. When they would have just ran it out like they did, they'd have a 3rd down and 3 to begin the second. But that's incomplete. 4th down, and Penn State getting the ball to begin the second quarter here. Ohio on to punt once again. Ohio's now punted twice, make it 3 times. Penn State 2 touchdown drives, getting it back for a 3rd time. We'll see if 3rd time's a charm, if they can score some more here. But at the end of 1, Penn State up 14-0 at home over Ohio. Sean Clifford. As O'Rourke is 7 of 13 for 56 yards passing. Clifford is 6 of 6, 62 yards passing still, because he did not throw a single pass on that last drive. But Nick Singleton has 3 carries for 84 yards rushing and a touchdown. Of course, 70 of that on the touchdown run. Clifford 3 carries for 16 yards in the score as well. And then the receiving's same as it was when I read that off a second ago, because Clifford's still 6 for 62 yards. So, we get the ball back here again. We'll see if they continue to run Singleton, or if Kevon Lee gets in there, or Katron Allen, hell, even Devin Ford. I mean, I'd run the hot hand, you know. Keep Singleton in there and see what he's got. Of course, he was a Gatorade National Player of the Year for a reason. He was #1 overall running back recruit this past year for a reason as well. So, yeah. Future's bright. They have the depth. They have a ton of potential. The thing is, can Penn State put it all together? Until they do, until they click, we need to see more running like that, you know, rather than a yard or 3 yards in a cloud of dust. And then, you know, still not being able to move it because, you know, quarterback-wise, can't get the ball out in time because the offense line's, you know, not blocking. But, I mean, what can you do? One play at a time, one game at a time. You know, you don't want to, of course, look too far ahead to Auburn next week. But, yeah. Looking good early. Clicking on all cylinders, it seems like, because defense is, you know, shutting them down. 3 punts now. Well, 2, make it 3 when we return. Hopefully they don't decide to go for it or run a fake punt. Make me eat my words. But Texas does score 10-10 now. But offensively, and then 2 touchdown drives in the first quarter. When normally for Penn State football, regardless of who's coaching, regardless of who's playing, it's a slow start. And then you pick up, you know, some steam later on. Or it's a fast start and then you know, fizzle out. There's no in between. So, we'll see what happens here. But 1st and 10. 4th and 3 actually for Ohio. It will be 1st and 10 for Penn State once they get the ball back here, unless they return the punt. Get the crowd even more hyped up. But now an NFL commercial. Of course, NFL kicked off on Thursday, got a full slate on Sunday. But Monday Night Football on ESPN. Russell Wilson returns to Seattle to take on the Seahawks.
Downtown State College.
Parker Washington back deep to receive this punt, as they'll switch ends. Penn State now, as they were going towards north end zone, they'll now be going towards student section, south end zone where the tunnel's at. Parker Washington on the punt return, out past the 40, 45 to the 48. So a good return, 1st and 10 for Penn State. He had a good return last week, but it got called back because he was down. First and 10 from the 48. Clifford. Incomplete. Intended for Mitchell Tinsley. No, Harrison Wallace. I obviously can't see today between the numbers 5 and 6. He had all day to throw, but he was running around as he faked the give, and then incomplete intent for Harrison Wallace. So it's Parker Washington, Mitchell Tinsley, and Harrison Wallace, your top 3 receivers today. Brenton Strange in at tight end. Clifford, empty set, complete. There's Harrison Wallace. 12, 13, 14 yards on the reception. No move the sticks, 1st and 10. Jaden Doughton, 19, also out there at receiver. He's in the slot, top of your screen. Harrison Wallace, top of your screen. Brenton Strange with them as well. Clifford looking near side, though. Going to go deep. And intended for Mitchell Tinsley, incomplete. Good coverage by Ohio. Incomplete, 2nd and 10. Second and 10 from the 38. And they'll hand off Nick Singleton, but nowhere for him to go. He's going to lose 3 yards. So 3rd and 13 back at the 41. Looks like number 18, Omari Evans from Killeen, Texas, is also in the ball game at wide receiver for Penn State. Clifford looking to throw. Down the middle. Incomplete. Intended for Doughton. It's a good pass. Good coverage, though. Ball's incomplete. So Penn State going to be forced to punt here. We'll see if I love you, I love me, we're one big happy family, and Barney and Moore can pin them deep. And Ohio jumps. That's offsides. That's 4th and 8. Now you got to the 36. You want to kick a long field goal from about 52, 53 yards? Now, if they say false start, you back up again, 4th and 18, you definitely punt as you were already. But yeah, they say false start. Of course they do, rather than a offside. Franklin, that's bullshit. You know, one dude is wearing, as Barney will punt, and it'll be down at the 1, and that's Amore. Ohio going to have a 1st down and 10 from inside their own 5. Back at the 1. That calls for a safety when we return. Yeah, good punt. Down by Malik Megan, number 80. No, but they were bringing up one of the Ohio players. He's wearing the number 41. I get college football. You're going to have double numbers, offensively and defensively. But then he was wearing somebody else's helmet. Because they were confused that, like, who the hell is this? Because the guy was supposed to be playing, but he wasn't listed, but he's out there, and who knows, who cares. Penn State with a good punt. Barney, of course, coming from Colgate. And or Cornell, one of the two. Yeah, Colgate, and then Hunter Norris out on the offensive line from Cornell. Those are 2 transfers. Chop Robinson's from Maryland. Mitchell Tinsley, of course, from Western Kentucky. They've hit the portal, and they've, got some players come in and play. So, yeah, Barney with a big punt. Downing Ohio at the 1. So, like I said, that's Amore. And we'll see if this defense can bring it home and, get a big stop. First and 10, Ohio from the 1-yard line. Backed up to the student section. And that's a safety. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. 16-0. Looked like it was going to be a touchdown there for a second. Because they brought pressure right up the middle. It looked like he handed it off, but he didn't. He kept it for himself. And then That's when the ball came out. And then if Penn State would have been there a half second earlier, fell on it, would have been a defense touchdown rather than a safety. But I'll take the safety because Ohio now has to punt. Penn State getting the ball back up another 2 points on top of the 14 they already had from the 2 rushing touchdowns. Make it 16-0 with 13:10 to play in the half. So they get a safety out of this. So the defense does their job. Yeah, and that can help them out this year. It's helped out the past couple years as well. But, I mean, playing like this early might be even better. Who knows? But, yeah, Penn State going to get it back. And Singleton's back deep to receive. He is the kick returner, whereas Parker Washington's the punt returner. So they'll kick off from the 20. Normal kickoff rather than a punt off after a safety. Singleton on the return, and he gets a decent amount out past the 30, 35, almost to the 40. So 1st and 10, Penn State from there. 16-0 now for the Blue and White. Football's back, whether it's college football, the NFL, hell, even high school football. Football's back. It's fall, perfect weather, plus it's football season. Can't get any better than that. 1st and 10, Penn State from the 35.5. And they'll toss it to Singleton, who is in motion coming out of the slot, as Devin Ford lined up at running back. Singleton for about a yard, maybe 2, 2nd down. Penn State's already scored more points than they scored in a loss against Ohio 10 years ago. 16-0. Katron Allen now in the ball game at running back. No motion out, top of your screen. Empty set. Ohio jumps off sides. 5-yard penalty. Thank you. No call, though. They're going to let it slide and let him play. 2nd and 10. Clifford going to step up, tuck it, and run, and he'll get the 1st down anyway. Out past midfield and then run out of bounds to the 45. 1st and 10, Penn State. See, the offensive line ain't playing bad. You know, and then if nobody's open, he's smart enough to tuck it and run. So 1st and 10. Quick bubble screen, far side, caught Jaden Doughton. He gets about 5. Limping a little bit. Yeah, I don't know where Keandre's at. Yeah. No, not the 3rd guy, the 4th. Well, I guess the 3rd guy, but more so the 4th, 5th, and 6th receivers. 2nd down. It's Parker, it's Mitchell, it's right now between Keandre and Harrison Wallace. Clifford goes down the sack. You know, Jaden Doughton's playing a little bit here. Malik Mega, Amari Evans. Yeah. And then your tight ends, you got 3 of them, plus another 2 in waiting. They could play some as well. And Khalil Dinkins and Jerry Cross. So, 3rd and long now, officially 15 after a sack. So, talk about the offensive line, not looking, that bad, but then they give up a sack. So I don't think they're looking that bad, like I said, but it could be playing better, as, could anybody. Clifford out of the gun from 49. He's going to dump it off. And Harrison Wallace out past the 40. Big hit out of bounds in the 36. And it'll be 4th and short again, about 4th and 2.5. So we'll see if they decide to go for it here or kick a long field goal or, punt and pin them deep again. You got a safety. You got the punt. You got the ball back. 4th and 3 officially. They're going to go for it here again. I don't mind this. I mean, you got a 16-point lead, 10.5 to play in the first half. They've already converted twice on 4th down this season, so Singleton in motion. Maybe just try to draw them off sides. Now we've got a whistle and a timeout. Ohio going to call timeout. Yeah. So they'll make Penn State think about it here a little bit. 10:22 to play in the half. Penn State was going to go for it on 4th and 3. We'll see if they continue to go for it once officially they snap, but we're going to take a commercial break in the meantime. So, yeah, 16-0 Penn State. And they got a 4th and 3 and a decision to make. Whether they want to go for it, kick a long field goal, or punt. And they were lined up to go for it. Like I said, they're already 2 for 2 on 4th down conversions this year. 1 for 1 already in today's game. So, you know, tight ends, maybe a screen to your running backs. I wouldn't take a deep shot, but I'm pretty surprised they do take a deep shot. You know, maybe even a quarterback draw. You know, spread them out and then just go. But we'll see what they do here when we return. Like I said, I don't mind it, especially with a 16-0 lead. Now, if it was still 14-0 or hell, even 7-0. 14-0 they punted in this situation. So 7-0 they definitely would have. And I would have too. 14-0 they punted, but then they pinned them deep and then got a safety and got the ball back. So here we are. Another 4th and short. You know, if some of the plays were executed more, first, second, third down, you might not be in this situation. You probably won't be all the time, it seems like. But, you know, at the same time, they're getting first downs and they're moving the ball. You got to give credit to Ohio's defense, though, too. So, yeah, we'll see what they do here. I want to be shocked that we come back and they're going to punt or kick a long field goal from 36. Be about a 52, 53, 54-yard field goal. So, yeah, we'll see what they do here. Because, you know, they lost Jordan Stout. He was your long-distance field goal kicker. Pinniger, he has a leg, but not that long, not that good. He's, you know, good for mainly extra points. Whereas Barney's your punter, okay, and then Sanders Haydak and Gabe Owusu, who rotate kickoffs. Sanders a kicker. He has a good leg on him. And then, you know, Gabe's a punter. So Sander would be the one to kick if it wasn't Pinniger for a long field goal. I must say send Pinniger out for a long field goal, and then, well, you know it's already going to happen before he kicks it. But highlights from 10 years ago. 10 years to the day last Thursday when Penn State played at Purdue, September the 1st, 2012. Yeah, O'Brien's first game. And Frank Stolich and the Ohio Bobcats came in and won. Yeah. Of course, they have to bring up the Jerry Sandusky scandal. Joe was fired. O'Brien comes in. You know, the first game in the O'Brien era was against Ohio. And they went to Virginia. This is actually a 2012 mug, too, by the way, that I'm drinking out today. But 4th down and 3, they're going to go for it. Clifford looking to throw. Comes back near side. Will tuck it. And then he goes down on a sack. Nobody open. He couldn't have heaved it. Maybe it's picked off, but you still change field. They go for it, don't get it, turnover on downs, and Ohio going to get the ball back after that safety. So, some good starting field position compared to the last drive. Yeah, nobody was open anyway. So even if he would have, thrown it, it would have been incomplete or picked off. But like I said, even if picked off, maybe changed field, advantage defense then. But Ohio now has a 1st and 10 at the 38. O'Rourke going to keep it, and he'll get a 1st down. Kalen King on the tackle. Bubble screen near side. Elsden on the tackle. Be second and short, about 3 for Ohio. Yeah, 3-9, and they had 6 one-score games. Penn State's 6 losses were all by less than 10 points, too, I might add. So these teams last year both could have been way better than they were. 3rd and 2 after the incompletion. But yeah, they were showing some highlights from the 2012 game, and Penn State had a lead just like they do today. And then Ohio came back and beat them. And then Penn State started 0-2 before they finished 8-4. And that 2012 team was special. With everything against them, with who stayed, yeah, the 2012 team was very special. The Iron Lions, if you will. 3rd and 2. O'Rourke, deep ball, incomplete. And guess what? Penn State gets out of the jam anyway after not getting on the 4th and short conversion. Decided to go for it on. And then quick 3 and out. Ohio deciding to go for it. They're going to punt. Penn State getting the ball back. 4th and 2, they're going to go for it now from the 42. And O'Rourke's pass far side incomplete. So Penn State gets the ball back. Both teams have just traded on back-to-back drives. 2 4th down, turnover on downs. So 16-0 Penn State. They'll get the ball back 1st and 10 from the 42 with 58 yards to go for pay dirt. Up until that last drive, you know, even the drive they punted, all right, but then that cancels itself out because they get the safety a play later. Up until their last drive, they decided to go for it on 4th down, don't get it. Even that drive, they looked all right, but still, didn't convert, so it's a loss. But you're still up 16. Up until that last drive, Penn State offensively has looked real good today. Running game is there. It can be 10 times better, though. And defensively, they're pitching a shutout. So, you can't really ask for much more in that regard. Plus, they've gotten a safety. So add that onto it. Could have been a defense touchdown because it was a fumble. Ohio recovered, though, in the end zone, and then Penn State, toppled on them. But you're down by contact at the ground. College football, something in the NFL you have to touch. So that was a safety anyway at that point. Almost had an interception, too. So the plays are there. But like I said, until they click, until everything gets synced up and they, go to work, put their hard hats on and put the hammer down, it's still going to be like this. I get it's still early in the season. It's only the 2nd game. It's a long-ass season, especially if, you can get into contention for the college football playoff that will be expanding. That news broke actually last Friday. Penn State played last Thursday, so I haven't had a chance to talk about it yet. But yeah, the college football playoff will be officially expanding in 2026, as early as 2024, though, when USC and UCLA join the conference, along with more potential additions to the Big Ten and other conferences in this world of college football that it is. But it'll be expanding as conferences are. Your mega conferences that we're going to be getting before too long, and then everybody else is like on their own basically. From the 4 teams that it is now to 12 teams, you'll have 6 conference champions as automatic bids, and then you'll have the next 6 teams, whether it's highest ranked because maybe they want a rematch, maybe they don't. Maybe they screw somebody over like they have in the past. But you get 6 conference champions, and then you get 6 at-large bids with, the next teams in line. So say you still don't win your conference, you still, if you're, ranked high enough, could make the playoff. And then the highest seeded team will host the home game in the first round, and then neutral sites at respective bowl games until the national championship. So the fat man, number 13, from the 757, Katron Allen, gets a carry for a few yards. Penn State going to have a 2nd and 2. And Katron gets a first down up the middle. So they're working him into the fold now at running back. And it starts up front. You got to be able to block. A good block by Tangwell, 58. You have Olu at left tackle, Tangwell, and then Norzad last week at left guard. Shrugs at center, and then Wormley and Wallace as your right side at right guard and right tackle. But just after a good block and a good first down run, they give up another sack on Sean Clifford. So take the good with the bad, but you gotta have, that's the thing, you gotta have more consistency. And you don't want to get too far ahead of yourselves. You find a running game, but then, just start to air it out all the time. No, stick to the run if it's working. Make them stop you before you change. From midfield, 2nd and long, 21 officially. Ohio has now 3 sacks on Clifford. Out of the gun, Clifford going to dump it on the screen to Katron, and he's going to have a first down far side inside the 30 down to the 27. Nick Singleton and Katron Allen are your 2 true freshman running backs for Penn State. And Kevon Lee, who played early, hasn't played since. And Devin Ford's really only your, receiving running back this year. But Penn State going to move the 6 again. They got a 1st and 10 with 7-11, even though Sheets is better and counting to play in this first half. 1st and 10 from the 28. And Katron for a yard. Yeah, everybody goes by committee, it seems like nowadays. It's not, just one guy. Even though sometimes it needs to just be one guy, everybody's by committee. But when you have the depth, when you have the playmakers, the talent that's there, why not use it to your advantage? Because if you're not, you're stupid. 2nd and 10. They'll fake the give to 13. Clifford rolls out near side and hits number 5, Mitchell Tinsley, for first down up to 15. They'll move the sticks again. 1st and 10, Penn State. Yeah, good play action pass. Fake the run and roll out near side and hit your receiver in stride, and then he gets out of bounds. 1st and 10, 6:06. Clifford up to the line. Call out the mic. This has either a draw or a bubble screen written all over it. Yeah, quarterback draw up the middle, no gain on the play. And now Hunter Norzad, 64, is down hurt. He's splitting that left guard with Landon Tangwell. So that'll be the first Penn State injury of the afternoon. And we'll take a media timeout, so the red cap will come out and get back to the action momentarily. So, yeah, the 2 questions. Defensively, like I've said, it's the linebackers. I don't really think a whole lot of people are talking about that, though, because still the defense is as good as they are up front and the back end, but that middle part has to be, key too. But overall for Penn State football, as long as Franklin's been in charge, it's always been a problem with the offensive line. You know, regardless if they've been limited until, you know, they got scholarships back after the sanctions that they, you know, had brought up the scandal earlier because the first game of the new era was against Ohio. Here we are again today playing the Ohio Bobcats. But even with, you know, recruiting, and there's been some good talent on the offensive line. That's the thing with recruiting and on-field play. Totally different. I don't care how good you are as a recruit. High school football or college football is totally different. If you get to the next level and you're not cutting it, you're not playing. Plain and simple. But then there might be some kids that are just like stars the day they're born and off to the races they go, and then a 15-year career in the NFL. But offensive line has been the struggle. Even with, you know, the talent that they've had. At times, and, you know, more bad than good for the offensive line, they haven't been able to put it together, long story short. So that's why when Franklin came in, he had Hackenberg, you go from him to McSorley, and you go from him to Clifford. They're either getting sacked a lot or running for their life, but then when you can't run the ball, you're not helping the quarterback out because the running game is your quarterback's best friend. Got to be able to block to run. Run to open up the pass. Give your quarterback some confidence that, okay, I'm going to have some time to throw for one, but then if I need to check it down, he's there along with my tight end, along with if I need to hand it off, so I'm not throwing 50 times a game, I have a running game. And that's why they need to find a running game and run the damn ball this year. They haven't had a running game in 3 years. 2019 with Journey Brown. And then he gets injured and has to retire for a medical reason at the start of 2020. Noah Kane has since transferred, as has Keziah Holmes. They actually met up this past weekend when LSU and Florida State met. What a crazy game that was. We're going to recap what's happened thus far in college football this season, coming out at halftime, first half stats and scores. Take a look around what's going on right now, too. But, you know, Kevon Lee and Devin Ford are still there. As now are Nick Singleton and Katron Allen. So until they find a running game and continue to play Penn State defense, this is how it's going to be, because that's the thing. There's so much potential with the blue and white. But until they put it all together and click, here we sit. 2nd and 10. Screen to Devin Ford. And he gets down inside the 10. See officially where they spotted at, but it'll be 3rd and short, it looks like. From the 8-yard line, 3rd and 4. I swear to God, I'm bugged. I literally just fucking talked about all this. Empty set. 3rd and 4 from the 8, as mentioned. Clifford looking to throw. And back corner of the end zone. Into the crowd. Incomplete. And Pinniger on for an extra point. Make it a chip shot field goal. About a 25, 26-yard field goal here. Make it 19-0 unless they decide to go for it again here on 4th and 4. They'll kick it. 25-yard field goal attempt. Jake Pinniger from Iowa. His kick will be up and good. So 2 touchdowns, a safety, and a field goal with 5:14 to play in the half. Penn State leads and is shutting out Ohio 19-0. Mufasa has risen. Yeah. Hey, we still got 5 minutes and 14 seconds in the first half, another 30 in the second half before we talk about Auburn next week. So hold your damn horses. So Ohio going to get it back here. Gabe Owusu, 99, on to kickoff. So they are continuing to rotate kickoffs. He looks like Presley Harvin. He was playing defensive line for Penn State, just like Joey Julius a couple years ago. Touchback on the kick. 1st and 10. Yeah. Relax. Settle down. Settle the hell into the game. Yeah. 1st and 10, Ohio from the 25. Out of the pistol. Pass over the middle caught, and then Ellis on the tackle as the dream almost had him brought down for a sack. He actually, Beeman redshirted last year. And honestly, probably glad he did, because this year gives them a strong two beside P.J. Mustipher. And coming off the edge, you got Tarburton and Isaac back from injury. O'Rourke down the middle, incomplete. And then Chop transfers in. DDS has been playing a little bit. But up front in the middle, it's Mustipher, Beeman, Ellies, and Izzard and Vanover. Zane Durant played a little bit last week too. But still, the big question on defense for me is Penn State at linebacker. Because it's Jacobs, it's Elston, and then it's wide open from there. So who steps up, and then the secondary was as good as they are. Joey Porter and Jair Brown, for the most part. I don't know if he's injured or what, but Joey Porter had a big game last week. He's had a quiet day today. Dump off, caught. Speaking of Jair Brown, he makes a tackle, but he had a couple plays early last week, but then he just fell off the face of the earth, felt like. Very quiet game from Jair Brown to start the year, both games, last week and today, until that tackle right then and there. So, Ohio, 3rd and short, dump off, and then they'll play hook and ladder and get a first down. Jesus Christ, to the 41, first down. How do you let that happen? And they had the block, so why not? God. From the 41, 1st and 10. So Ohio's going to try to score here before halftime. O'Rourke, first down Ohio inside the 30. You're down, dude. You're down. Yeah. This Penn State defense now starting to give up some yardage. I don't know if they're tired or what, but from the 29. And they'll hand off. There's another missed tackle before Jair Brown brings them down after a 12-yard pickup. First down, Ohio. Come on, D, make a stop. Force a field goal. Bangura, Ace Ventura, Bam Majera. Texas misses a chip shot field goal. Still tied at 10. Throwback to the quarterback. O'Rourke going to make a move and be brought down inside the 1. Might have actually got the touchdown, but Ohio going to have a first and goal at the 1, it looks like. That's why he missed it. Holder didn't get laces out. Texas is not back. Texas has not been good since they're in that national title game against Alabama over a decade ago. And we hit halftime 10-10. 19-0 here, Penn State with 1:50 and counting to play in the half. Arkansas is up 21-9. And Duke was leading Northwestern. First and goal, Ohio, handoff, missed tackles, they walk in, touchdown. Ohio cuts the lead with their first score of the afternoon. And this defense better learn how to tackle. Good God. Vandenberg and Ellis. Come on. Jesus Christ. Extra points up and good. 19-7. Penn State's playing defense like a 12-year-old. Good God. At least, hey, they have 2 timeouts, a minute and change, and we'll see if they can do something before halftime, before they take us to the halftime report. Kevin Nagandi, Booger McFarland, and Dan Mullen. Of course, Temple, LSU. And then Mullen, a former assistant under Urban at Utah and Florida before he got the Mississippi State job, Florida gig as well before being fired at the end of last year. So he's working as an analyst in studio now for ESPN. He was rumored potentially before he took the Florida job to be a Penn State candidate after Joe Paterno and Bill O'Brien in 2012 and 2014. But of course, O'Brien and then James Franklin. And Franklin is still the head coach, signing a 10-year extension at the end of last year, which we talked about a little bit last week, and another conversation for another time. But here we go. Singleton on the kick return to the 23. Penn State going to have 1:29 and 2 timeouts, up 12, and 78 yards to go to score some points here before halftime, whether that be a field goal or a touchdown, make it 22-7, let alone 25, 26-7. Maybe even 27-7 if they go for 2. But, okay, here we go. First and 10, Penn State from the 22. Coming at halftime, though, I'll have first half stats and scores from this game. We'll recap college football from the past few weeks, preview next week, but also take a look what's going on right now. Parker Washington on the catch. He gets 3, maybe 4 yards. He's now hurt. That ain't good. Second and medium. So Mitchell Tinsley's going to be your number 1 wide receiver now, followed by, at least today, Harrison Wallace and Jaden Doughton. And then behind them, we'll see if Keandre plays. Malik Mega, Omari Evans has been in a little bit, but Parker Washington going to have to come out. I think he just got the wind knocked out of him there on that big hit. He'll be all right. Second down, Penn State. Clifford gets rid of it right at the last second. That's caught by Keandre Lambert-Smith. He finally makes an appearance and gets a first down. All right. Under a minute. Still got 2 timeouts. We'll see if that third one comes back to bite him, but right now I don't think so. So taking a timeout first minute of the game, is what it is now. Clifford, screen complete to Devin Ford. He gets a 7 yards or so. Still like flopping around, trying to get back on his feet. So clock's going to stop. Second down. 2nd and 3 with 53 seconds. Up 12, 19-7. Got 2 timeouts. You're at the 49-yard line. About to cross midfield into Ohio territory. If you don't score now, at least get a field goal before halftime, there's something wrong. Parker Washington back in. He's in motion near side. Mr. Tinsley top with Brenton Strange, who they have not gone to yet. And your running back's Devin Ford. Clifford near side, complete to Keandre Lambert-Smith. And he gets to the 41-yard line. Got to go. Maybe call timeout. Got to go. 1st and 10. Of course, clock's going to stop as they reset the chains, but got to get up there and snap it right as they blow the whistle, as they wind. They do, 42 and counting. They get it off, 1st and 10. Clifford looking to throw. Rolls out near side. And he's just going to throw it away out of bounds and complete. So that takes 10 seconds and, you know, nothing to show for. 2nd and 10, 33 seconds. They are. Ohio's played good on defense today. They have. You got to give them credit. That safety might come back to bite them because this game would be 17-7 if Penn State didn't have the safety. Pass far side, incomplete. 10 for Harrison Wallace, the 3rd. He's from Sweet Home, Alabama. And at halftime, Alabama's tied with Texas at 10. Arkansas is leading South Carolina, as is Duke over Northwestern. So halftime highlights for all 3 of these games. We're 29 seconds away from ending halftime in Happy Valley. 3rd and 10. Empty set, 5 wide from the 41. At least get field goal range, please. Can you get 8 yards? They do just that, and they get more. They get a 1st down, and Parker Washington inside the 20, 15, 10, 5, and touchdown. Did he step out? No. Touchdown, Penn State. Boom. Injured, quiet, start of the year, 41-yard catch and run for a touchdown. And a simple crosser over the middle. Spin move, good blocking, breaks a couple tackles. And I don't know if he stepped out. I don't think so. They're saying no, he didn't. And here's the extra point. 25-7. They're going to kick it, go for 2 here. Kick it, 18 seconds, and then just squib it or make sure they don't get a good return on you. Have them take a kneel down. Maybe they run a few plays. They're going to review it, see if he stepped out at all. If he did, well, at least he still got 2 timeouts in 18 seconds to try to punch it in. But it looks like it's going to be a touchdown for the time being. But yeah, the previous play is under further review. We'll see what they call. But rolling on the field is a touchdown. They have to find undisputed evidence to return it. Just basically see if he stepped out of bounds at all anywhere on the run down the far sideline, or the near sideline, excuse me. Penn State going left to right across your television screen, radio and dial towards the student section. He's in by a hair the whole way. And they're going to think about it. Good. He might be out the 9, the 7, or the 6. At least they got 2 timeouts in 18 seconds if they do overturn it. But it's a touchdown on the field, so has to be undisputed evidence to overturn it, right? He's good until... Keep going. He's good. There's grass in between that sideline and his foot. Right? There. He's in at the 9 now. Okay, that's clear. The next one. Right there. Yeah, he's good. He's good there. That's going to be a touchdown. That's a touchdown on the field. That's going to be too hard for them to overturn that. That's a touchdown. That is a touchdown. I'm not going to be shocked, though, if they overturn it up to, say, the 9, 7, or 6-yard line, though. So we'll see what they, say here after they think about it. But they'll either have a 1st and goal inside the 10 or touchdown and extra point to come. Yeah, and he was hurt earlier on this drive, came back in. Quiet start. Picking up some steam, though. Yeah. There's Ken Wisenhunt and Danny Rocco as well on the Penn State sideline working as consultants. As the staff Franklin has put together recently, I mean, new defense coordinator Manny Diaz, new special teams coordinator as well, and Stacy Collins coming over from Boise State. And then you got some consultants who have had head coaching experience. Rolling on the field, touchdown. What do we got? Yeah, tell us something good. Further review, stepped out at the 7-yard line, they'll say. Okay, so Penn State will have a 1st and goal, up 19-7, 18 seconds, 2 timeouts. They'll add 2 seconds to the clock, 20 seconds. 1st and goal, 20 seconds from the 7, up 12 with 2 timeouts. You got to punch this in now. Field goal, okay, I'll take it if it comes down to it, but I want a touchdown. You got to punch this in. Knock this defense on their ass and knock them out and score. As you just did, they overturned it, so you got to score again. Clifford over the middle on the slant, caught, touchdown, Penn State. Mitchell Tinsley gets the touchdown rather than Parker Washington. So he had a touchdown last week. He gets the touchdown again today. And from 7 yards out, Clifford with a passing touchdown to go along with his rushing touchdown. Nick Singleton has a 70-yard touchdown run. Penn State also has a field goal and a safety, make it 25-7. Extra point to come unless they decide to go for 2 as we near halftime. Yeah, simple slant in the end zone, caught, touchdown. Extra point. Going to be up and good. 26-7 Penn State over Ohio with 15 seconds to play in the first half. As this first half has been extended by, say, a good 10, 15 minutes or so. So we'll go, probably close to 3:30, quarter to 4 now for the finish of this game. Which, of course, is fine by me. More football, the merrier. But, 26-7 Penn State. They'll kick off, like I said, though, too. With Ohio having 2 timeouts, I'll hold that thought. What's the Aflac trivia question? Penn State has won 20 consecutive non-conference home games. Where does that rank in the Big Ten? Probably towards the top, if not first, if I'd have to guess. As a trivia question. And I'm surprised I don't know that. But, 20 consecutive non-conference wins. Where does it rank in the Big Ten? Yeah, probably towards the top, if not first. Or tied for first with somebody. Ohio State, Michigan, teams like that. Hell, even Wisconsin. 20 non-conference wins consecutively is a good, depending on how your schedule is. Whether you're playing 8 conference games, 9 conference games, and then 4 or 3 non-conference games, 20 consecutive, non-conference wins. Where does it rank in the Big Ten? Second behind Michigan with 17 games. Or first, Michigan is second, excuse me. Penn State has won 20 consecutive non-conference home games. Where does this rank in the Big Ten? First. Yeah, Michigan's second with 17 games. The last time they probably would have lost would have been a decade ago against Ohio in 2012. That's what I was getting at. Like, Ohio's just going to take a knee here, so we're going to hit halftime. Yeah, Penn State going to receive to begin the second half. 26-7 your halftime score, but anywhere from 7, 8, 10 years for the most part, because some non-conference games might be on the road. But 26-7 is your halftime score. I was going to say 2 with the kickoff. Squib it or, kick it deep as they did. Don't give them a good chance to return it. But Ohio just takes a knee anyway, and we hit halftime 26-7 with Penn State on top. So they'll have highlights during this upcoming halftime report. It seems like all 3 of these other games that I'm watching, as they've been at halftime, they're going to be getting the second half here shortly. Duke, Northwestern, South Carolina, Arkansas, Alabama, Texas are those 3 respective games, with Duke leading, Arkansas leading, and Alabama and Texas tied at 10. Penn State up 26-7. Your first half stats and scores: Curtis O'Rourke, 12 of 23, 110 yards. Ohio really doesn't have a running game. I mean, Bangura does have 6 carries for 20 yards and a touchdown. Also leads the team in receiving for 2 catches and 35 yards. Penn State on the flip side, Sean Clifford, as he started perfect, 6 of 6, 62 yards and a rushing touchdown on the opening drive. Singleton for a 70-yard run before the safety, a field goal, and then the last touchdown to close halftime. Close out the first half, to get to halftime, 26-7. Sean Clifford is now 19 of 25 for 213 yards passing and a touchdown. That touchdown was to Parker Washington. They overturned it one play later, though. Mitchell Tinsley with the catch and score. Clifford's 19 of 25, 213 yards passing and a touchdown. Nick Singleton has 4 carries, 81 yards and a score. Katron Allen, 3 of 18. Sean Clifford also has 8 carries for 14 yards. He's been sacked a few times, but they're up, 26-7 at the half. So I'm not, that concerned about it right now. But in the coming weeks and games, this keeps up, it's going to be a problem. Harrison Wallace leads the team in receiving. He has 3 catches for 34 yards. Keandre Lambert-Smith came in late in the second quarter there, 2 catches, 26 yards. Katron, 1 catch, 22 yards. Mitchell Tinsley has 3 catches, 27 yards and a touchdown. Parker Washington, 3 of 53. Parker Washington leads the team in receiving. Parker Washington, 3 catches, 53 yards. Should have the touchdown. They overturned it. 1 play later, Tinsley catches it. Touchdown, Penn State, 26-7 halftime score. Tyler Warren has a catch for 16 yards. They haven't gone to him since the opening drive. Jaden Doughton, 2 of 14. And Devin Ford has 2 catches, 13 yards. Kevon Lee, 1 of 8 out of the backfield. Some team stats. Penn State has 15 to 10 first downs over Ohio. They haven't been able to convert on third down today, unfortunately. They're 1 of 5, whereas Ohio's 4 of 8. Penn State's 1 of 2 on fourth. Ohio 0 for 1 on fourth down. Total yardage, Penn State's leading by far, 326 to 151, with 213 of those through the air. The other 113, of course, on the ground. But they still don't have a 100-yard rusher, but we still got another half football to be played. Nick Singleton leading the way, 4 carries, 81 yards, and a score. But 70 of those, as mentioned, it all adds up, 70 of those were on a touchdown run. Penalties, they're about split. No turnovers, surprisingly. We'll see if that comes into play with either of these teams in this second half or not. And then time possession, Penn State leading that by a few minutes. But those are your Ohio and Penn State first half stats and scores. We're now going to see what the hell else is going on in college football right now, along with recap the first few weeks of the season, along with previewing next week. They're going to show us some highlights. In the meantime, Duke Northwestern just began the third quarter, 21-10 Blue Devils. Arkansas is up 21-9 over South Carolina, and Alabama and Texas just about to begin the third quarter as I speak. tied at 10. Penn State 26-7 once again at halftime. So we'll get back to the action momentarily. But in the meantime, Miami 10-7 at home over Southern Miss. Wake Forest leads Vanderbilt 21-10 at halftime. Minnesota's putting it on Western Illinois, and rightfully so. They shut out New Mexico State last week, 38-0. They are leading Western Illinois 31-3 at the half. North Carolina 21-10 over Georgia State. Army is leading University of Texas San Antonio 21-14 from West Point. Kansas State 14-3 over Mizzou. That game is delayed, so probably a damn lightning delay if I'd have to guess. NC State 24-0 over Charleston Southern. South Alabama is leading Central Michigan, who Penn State plays in 2 weeks. That'll be the Thawne game. They'll recognize 1982 national champion Penn State and the Lions as well that afternoon against Chippewas, who Penn State will meet for the second time in program history in 2 weeks' time. They last met in 2005 in a Penn State victory. But South Alabama is leading Central Michigan right now 20-7 at the end of the first quarter. So still a lot of football to be played, but they scored 20 points in the first quarter on the road against the MAC school. With Central Michigan last week getting blown out of Oklahoma State, and then they started coming back once Oklahoma State pulled their starters, almost came back and tied it up and won the damn thing. Oklahoma State, though, in the meantime, put their starters back in and hung on to win in a game. Hopefully you took the over, because the final score is like 55-44 or something like that. But yeah, right now Central Michigan is losing, as is Northwestern, the other opponent after the Chippewas for Penn State. As Penn State has at Auburn next week. They play later on today. But then Central Michigan, Northwestern, both at home, as Northwestern will be the homecoming game, and then Penn State will go on a bye before they go to Michigan mid-October. So, yeah, South Alabama is leading Central Michigan right now 20-7. Utah 7-0 over Utah State after they got upset on the road last week at Florida. Still to come, though, today in college football. Lafayette plays at Temple. Western Michigan plays at Ball State. Marshall and Notre Dame. Furman, Clemson. Low-key under-the-radar game, in my opinion, with App State and Texas A&M at 3:30. Tennessee and Pitt will follow Ohio and Penn State on ABC from Heinz Field down in the Steel City. Wisconsin host Washington State. Colorado and Air Force. Basically a home game for both teams, because neither are traveling out of state, but it is an Air Force home game. Memphis and Navy from Annapolis. Cincinnati will host Kennesaw State after losing at Arkansas last week. Maryland and Charlotte. Sanford plays at Georgia. Akron, who almost lost to St. Francis last week, came back and defeated them in overtime. Michigan State, who I felt got lucky last Friday night against Western Michigan, who hosts Pitt next week, even though they went and beat the Panthers on the road last year. Who says they can't beat them at home now this year? Akron plays at Michigan State at 4 o'clock. Watch out for an upset. Even though Akron almost got upset by St. Francis last week, came back and won in overtime at home. Watch out for Akron over Michigan State. Joe Moorhead, head coach of the Zips, former Penn State offensive coordinator in 2016 and 17, did go 1-1 against Sparty. 2016 game, though, was for the Big Ten. East, Penn State won the Big Ten title over Wisconsin before the Rose Bowl against USC. 2017, of course, was that 3-hour rain delay game up in East Lansing. Michigan State hosts Akron. Don't be shocked if Sparty loses. Houston, Texas Tech should be a shootout from Lubbock. UNLV at Cal. Portland State, Washington. The Cy-Hawk Trophy will be on the line here this afternoon. Iowa State and Iowa. Virginia goes to Illinois. So we'll see who comes out on top with more orange. Indiana State and Purdue. As mentioned, after Penn State defeated Purdue last week, Purdue hosts Indiana State, whereas Penn State hosts Ohio today. Wagner at Rutgers. Northern Colorado and Wyoming. Eastern Kentucky, Bowling Green. Norfolk State plays at James Madison, who's now in the Division I FBS level in the Sun Belt Conference. They're 1-0. They host Norfolk State this afternoon, Middle Tennessee State and Colorado State. Alabama State at UCLA. Incarnate World will play at Nevada. Kansas, West Virginia, not in basketball, but let's go Mountaineers. They should have beat Pitt last week. They got screwed at the end of the game. What's new, though, for a Penn State, Pitt, West Virginia type of game? But, yeah, they host the Jayhawks of Kansas. So, WVU, I think, should win that. Both teams would then be 1-1 at the end of today. ODU at East Carolina after a big win at home against Virginia Tech last week. Holy Cross at Buffalo. Robert Morris and Miami, Ohio. Gardner-Webb, Coastal Carolina. Southeast Louisiana State, Florida Atlantic, the team. Ohio defeated last week. UAB at Liberty. Kent State, they played last week at Washington. They play at Oklahoma today, and they next week play at Georgia. And they're going to be 0-3. But Kent State bringing in the big bucks to pick up another loss, it looks like. Kent State at Oklahoma. Good game in the Swamp tonight. Kentucky and Florida. Remember, Florida was unranked to start the year. They upset Utah at home last week, who's now one slot behind them, dropping from 7 to 13. Florida's the 12th best team in the country, they say, after that win, but we'll see how they play tonight. They host the Wildcats of Kentucky and former Penn State quarterback Will Levis. Central Arkansas and Ole Miss, Syracuse, UConn, not in basketball either. We'll see if they go 6 overtimes in the Garden and Kemba hits a game-winning shot, but former Penn State quarterback and Taquan Roberson, the Husky, injured week 1, week 0, actually their first game a few weeks back. Don't know his status, but he is UConn Husky now. They'll host the Syracuse Orange, who Penn State actually gets back on the schedule in a couple years from now, as this 2-year home-and-home with Auburn will come to an end next week. We Are Penn State is right. They'll have a home-and-home with West Virginia starting in 2 years, before, of course, UCLA and USC join the conference. So we'll see how the schedules look, because the alliance is basically no more. Playoff expansion, conference realignment, NIL at full strength. We'll see how officially, from start to finish, how the schedules look. But non-conference opponent-wise, as Penn State had Pitt there, they're supposed to get Virginia Tech. That's on the back burner for the time being. But sort of going old school with some older local Mid-Atlantic, Northeast opponents that they used to play. But yeah, Syracuse and UConn is mentioned tonight. Western Carolina, Georgia Tech. I'll say this now, speaking of Penn State as well, and Alabama, Texas. That just began the third quarter, as did South Carolina, Arkansas, and Duke Northwestern. We're still at halftime here with Ohio and Penn State. Georgia Tech lost on Monday night against Clemson. It was a neutral site game, but still in Atlanta, so still a home game for them, but not that far south for Clemson to travel. Game was close till middle of the third quarter, and then Clemson pulled away. They have a true freshman quarterback as well, just as Penn State does, and Cade didn't look that bad, so DJ, might be fighting for his spot. It might be a lot similar to 2018 when Trevor Lawrence was a true freshman, and then Kelly Bryant got injured, transferred to Missouri, and then Clemson goes on to win the national title that year. I'm not saying they're going to go win it this year by any means, as we see the Big Ten conference commercial from coast to coast. That's going to, of course, have to change and hopefully go back to the old music that they had for it once USC and UCLA join. Potentially, Notre Dame, it lies with Notre Dame. If they want to join, okay. If not, okay, whatever. With NBC and the TV deal, potentially. But it's going to start now with Notre Dame to see what else happens moving forward. But then also, of course, Stanford, Oregon, Washington, Utah, Cal, potentially, because if you take Stanford, you sort of got to take Cal. UCLA could still potentially, be held against their will, basically, and, no, you're not joining, you're staying. So we'll see, what happens there. But what I'm getting at is here, Western Carolina and Georgia Tech later on. I don't think, and it's only week 2, and I'm already going to get into the coaching carousel. Who would have thought? I don't think what's his name is going to be at Georgia Tech after this year. And somebody, a former Penn State coach, head coach for that matter, Bill O'Brien, former Texans head coach, and now Alabama offense coordinator in second year, under the Saban tree of getting your coaching career back on track. Go to therapy, if you will. Learn how to do this his way. Learn how to do this his way. And Georgia Tech would be, like that perfect school for him. In the ACC, maybe joining the SEC, but also, what's the word I'm looking for? The success rate, if you will. It doesn't need to be, that high. And he's a former assistant there, okay? I think Georgia Tech, I know I said sort of a same thing about Duke, but he stayed at Alabama another year. Actually, he decided to go to Alabama and then stay another year before declining that job along with everything else. Could take Georgia Tech gig. I wouldn't be shocked if that's why I'm saying this now. So, bold prediction right now. Bill O'Brien's new Georgia Tech head coach at the end of the year. But he's also an NFL head coach. Okay, so he might be wanting to get back into the league. And Bryce Young, if there's a opening with a team that's going to have a high draft pick that, could need a quarterback, he takes that, drafts his quarterback from Alabama as well, and, off and running they go potentially. But, of course, if Franklin would ever leave or get fired, I'd welcome Billy Ball back in a heartbeat. I'd call Matt Roll first, followed by, Luke Fickell and Matt Campbell, and then O'Brien and Joe Moorhead. But, figured I'd throw that in there. Tidbits, halftime. Got to buy some time here. UMass and Toledo, Weber State and Utah State, Alcorn State, Tulane, Lamar will be at SMU, Howard, South Florida, Northern Illinois, Tulsa, Eastern Michigan, Louisiana. Might add 2 about the MAC with Ohio today as Penn State's opponent. They're now tied with Akron as the 2 MAC schools that have played Penn State the most. You look at the MAC, though, Northern Illinois is a school Penn State I don't think has ever played along with, it's be easier than pull up the MAC standings and go through it 1, 2, 3 like that. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Here we go. Miami, Ohio, potentially another, I do believe, because they played Akron, they played Ohio, they played Bowling Green. That was Paterno's 300th win. Buffalo a few times, Kent State a few times, Eastern Michigan. Toledo was the last team, non-Power 5, to defeat Penn State at home back in 2000 before Ohio did in 2012. And now come full circle, Ohio's back. So they played Toledo before, played Ball State last year, playing Central Michigan again in 2 weeks. Western Michigan would be that third team. So I think there's 3 schools out of the MAC Penn State has never played. And those 3 being Miami, Ohio, Northern Illinois, and Western Michigan. So maybe since Penn State still also has never played on a Tuesday in the regular season, maybe we get some action with one of those three schools against Penn State. Have to be on the road because Penn State sure as hell ain't never going to be playing a home weekday game in history. But back to these stats and scores.
This summer, there's plenty of things on your to-do list. And with a Highlander, you'll have upgraded convenience and safety features, all with premium comfort and over 80 cubic feet of cargo space. Now get a Highlander and save with 2.49% APR financing, including hybrids with up to 36 miles per gallon. Visit your dealer and reserve your Highlander today.
Update some of the scores from right now, if anything's changed. Doesn't look like it. Of course, Alabama and Texas still tied at 10. Ohio State now 31-9 over Arkansas State. Miami 24-7 over Southern Miss. 21-9 Arkansas over South Carolina. Wake Forest 28-10 over Vandy. 31-3 Minnesota. Duke 21-10 over Northwestern. We're about to start the third quarter here with Ohio and Penn State. 26-7 Lions. North Carolina 21-17 over Georgia State. Army 21-14 over University of Texas San Antonio. 14-3 Kansas State. That game has since returned to action after a delay. NC State 31-0 over Charleston Southern. South Alabama now 26-7 over Central Michigan. Penn State's opponent in 2 weeks is losing. Penn State's opponent in 3 weeks is losing. Auburn plays later on the night. They play them next week. And then, of course, you get to the bye week before you go to Michigan, who host Hawaii tonight at 8 o'clock. Utah and Southern Utah tied at 7. Lafayette and Temple just kicked off, whereas Western Michigan and Ball State also kicked off as well. Just announced all the games that'll kick off from 3:30 until about 7, 8 o'clock. Northern Illinois, Tulsa, Eastern Michigan, Louisiana, Alabama, A&M, and Troy, Florida International, Texas State, Stephen F. Austin, and Louisiana Tech. Pac-12 after dark, 8 o'clock on ABC. Good game with USC and Stanford from the farm. Big non-conference game in my opinion too. Will key under the radar game. As is USC Stanford. We'll see how USC and Lincoln Riley do in conference play, as they put up 66 last week on Rice. They go to Stanford. Both teams 1-0. Arizona State, Oklahoma State. So we'll see about that one. Auburn plays at 7:30 on ESPNU. If any Penn Staters want to watch Auburn game tonight before next week's contest, they host San Jose State. We'll leave it at that because 1st and 10 Penn State from the 25-yard line, beginning this third quarter of play. Handoff, Nick Singleton. Nick Singleton out past the 30. 35-40, 45-50, 45-40, 35-30, down at the 25. So they go from the 25 to the 25, 1st and 10 Penn State. And Penn State's now going to have a 100-yard rusher for the first time in 17 games. You got to go to the back to December of 2020, the last time that happened. And they're finally finding a running game. I don't care who the hell it is, just run the damn fucking football. And it's Nick Singleton, the true freshman number 10. Kevon Lee might have just lost his damn job. Thank you. 1st and 10 from the 27 official. They're going to mark him out of bounds. Keep running it. Pound the rock. Hand off again. Singleton up the middle for 2. 2nd and 8. Now maybe you want to, throw it a little bit. Get your tight ends involved. No Theo Johnson yet. It's been Tyler Warren. No catches for Brenton Strange yet, but pump fake by Clifford. Deep in the end zone. Incomplete intended for Mitchell Tinsley. He had it and dropped it. Good coverage as they swatted it away. Yeah. Got to be more consistent. Line up and play fast. Well, don't go too fast. Don't shoot yourselves in the foot. Don't make any stupid mistakes. Don't turn it over into stupid penalties. 3rd and 8 after the incompletion. So they get a big run and then only 2 yards and an incompletion since. Clifford looking to throw. Just going to dump it off, and it's incomplete and 10 for Singleton. So they're going to have to kick it. Jesus Christ. Boos from the crowd, and rightfully so. Like, what the hell? You go that far, and you can't fucking punch it in. Typical Penn State football for you. 4th down, and here comes field goal unit. Make it 29-7. And they're a 28-point favorite. So they're, of course, in the second half, going to have to score some more and hold them. Or keep scoring, if they keep scoring, to cover. Which I still don't think they will. I don't. But, I mean, if they do, they do. Yeah, win's a win at the end of the day. I don't really care. 42-yard field goal from Jake Pinniger. No good. Wide right. Good God. You gotta be shitting me. One play for 50 yards. You get a 2-yard run after that, and then 2 incomplete passes and a missed field goal from 42 yards. Good God. Still 26-7 Nittany Lions with 13:46 to play in this third quarter. You gotta be kidding me. You have to. Oh my God. I don't even know what to say, so I'm not even going to say anything. Just pathetic. It wasn't shanked. It was wide right, you know. But, man, still just... That's 3 points they just left off the board. You know, that 3 points against a better team is going to bite you. Where did I leave off? Northern Illinois, Tulsa, Eastern Michigan, Louisiana, Lafayette, Alabama A&M, Troy, Florida National, Texas State, Stephen F. Austin, Louisiana Tech. And these are games still to come tonight, along with everything I've already mentioned. USC Stanford is mentioned as well, Arizona State, Oklahoma State, San Jose State, Auburn, 7:30 on ESPNU. Southern will play at LSU. We'll see if, because last week, LSU, they had no right being in that game, as Florida State blew it. They come back, score, down 7 with 4 minutes to go. They get the ball back, though, but they muffed the punt. Florida State could have kicked a field goal and won it, 27-17. They could have scored and for sure won it, 31-17. But inside the 10, goal to go, they can't punch it in. LSU then, from the 1-yard line, has to drive the distance, 99 yards. They do just that. They score as time expires, and then they miss the extra point to force overtime at 24, and that's how Florida State won over LSU last Sunday night. So, LSU hosting Southern, as mentioned. We'll see if the media arrives on time or if they'll have to pay a $10 fee. But as they even said, hey, I'd show up on time if you would have won. And then Brian Kelly was like, well, I don't know if it's all about winning. I don't think it's all about winning. Well, I'd hope it's fucking about winning. You're a head fucking football coach. Name the games to win. Ask Herm Edwards. You play to win the game. Like, the Brian Kelly honeymoon from Notre Dame to LSU looks to have run out real quick in the first game of the season, but still a lot of football to be played. So they host Southern. Nebraska hosts Georgia Southern, and their loss to Northwestern now ain't looking that bad because, I mean, it goes back to that onside kick. That's when that game switched, and that's why they fucking lost, but they couldn't stop the run either a couple weeks ago. But yeah, Northwestern's losing at home to Duke, 21-10 in the third quarter. And Nebraska ended up defeating North Dakota then last week. They host Georgia Southern. They host Oklahoma next week in a big game. So, you know, we'll see. Potentially by the end of the month, could have 2-3 wins. And they might be on pace to still be, you know, on par in the Big Ten West. Because that Big Ten West is wide-ass open, in my opinion, compared to the East. It's Ohio State, Michigan, Penn State, Michigan State, with Maryland, Rutgers, and Indiana to follow. But those are those games. Still to come also Texas Southern and North Texas, McNeese State at Rice, Hawaii, Michigan, Tarleton and TCU. Idaho plays at Indiana. Boston College, Virginia Tech, Idaho State, San Diego State from their new home stadium in which they lost on the surface of that turf against Arizona last week. You'll also have Nicholls State and Louisiana Monroe, Eastern Washington, Oregon, New Mexico State and UTEP, Oregon State, Fresno State, Mississippi State at Arizona, another low-key, under-the-radar, big non-conference game. 11 o'clock on FS1, Mississippi State, Arizona. But a top 25 game at 10 o'clock from Provo with Baylor and BYU as the Cougars look to pick up their first top 10 win at home since 1990 when they defeated Miami. So those are your first half stats and scores, updated scores from games across the country right now, and a preview of everything else the rest of the week here today. We'll recap if we get around to it here, which we should, the past few weeks of college football. Weeks 0, 1, and 2, technically 3 today. And then at the end of the stream here, we'll preview next week, in which Ohio, as mentioned, will be at Iowa State, and Penn State will be at Auburn. 2nd and 10, though, for Ohio from midfield. Penn State up 26-7 with 13:01 to play in the third. Out of the pistol is O'Rourke. They'll hand off. Actually, he keeps it for himself. And then Curtis Jacobs and Tyler Elsdon, 23 and 43, make the tackle. From the 47, 3rd and 13 for Ohio. Not Ohio State, Ohio, the Bobcats, not the Buckeyes. Trip stop your screen, quick pass, it's caught, but then Penn State right there to make the tackle. Adisa Isaac with Jair Brown. 4th down. And Ohio will punt, so Penn State, they drive to begin the third quarter. Big 50-yard run by Nick Singleton. 2 incomplete passes and a missed field goal later. They get off the field on defense and they'll get the ball back. So here we go. Parker Washington back deep to receive. And it'll go out of bounds. We'll see where they spot it. Maybe the 35, 40-yard line. Yeah, they almost blocked it to begin with. Malik Mega playing some good special teams today. But they'll take a break. We'll see where they spot it when we return, because it went out of bounds. But in the meantime, Texas is about to take a lead, and they do over Alabama, 13-10 in the third quarter. And Nick Saban is 24-2 against former assistants of his. He was 24-0 until last year. Jimbo Fisher defeated him. Kirby Smart defeated him. And then, of course, you had the controversy over the offseason with Alabama and A&M with recruiting. But today, Saban taking on Steve Sarkisian, and Texas. Sark, of course, former head coach at Washington, USC, and then became an assistant at Alabama before taking the Texas gig. Yeah, so Steve Sarkisian, And Texas up 3 on Alabama, 13-10, third quarter. They missed a field goal too, by the way, so they could be up 6. They did lose Quinn Ewers too. Hudson Card back quarterback. They're keeping it simple though, it seems like. And they have Alabama right where they want them. And remember, both of those losses Saban has against assistants or away from home. The Texas A&M game was at A&M last October. They play October the 8th in Tuscaloosa. So we'll see how that game shakes out this year. But then the other time was just this past January in the national championship game. As Alabama lost to A&M, but then they defeated Georgia in the SEC championship game. And then Alabama beat Cincinnati and Georgia beat Michigan in the playoff. Georgia then defeated Alabama in the national championship game. As they were up 18-13, and then Georgia scored 20 and answered and won the game in the fourth quarter. So Jimbo Fisher and Kirby Smart are the lone two former Nick Saban assistants to have ever defeated him. Steve Sarkisian looking to become the third, and in the meantime, Texas is up 3 and Alabama up right now in the third quarter once again. So, 13-10, your score there. Arkansas 5, 21-16 over South Carolina. 21-16 Duke over Northwestern as well. As Northwestern just scored, they're going to go for 2 to make it a 3-point game. And they don't convert, so it'll be 21-16. So 13-10 and then 2 21-16 games with Penn State up 26-7. And Drew Allar, number 15, true freshman quarterback from funky cold Medina, Ohio, in the ball game for Penn State. He'll hand off to number 13, the fat man, fat man, Katron Allen at running back. So Penn State is up 26-7, and Drew Allar gets in. So we'll see if Clifford's going to be done at all or not. Allar played 1 series at Purdue early third quarter last week, so we'll see if they continue that trend if need be, or if they want to. Allar looking to throw, he's going to dump it off. Bretton Strange, thank you. Get to the ball to your tight ends. Run the ball, check it down to your tight ends, give him some confidence, and he'll be perfect. He'll be perfectly fine. He'll be all right. You run the ball, and check it down. Maybe take a deep shot every once in a while. You're going to have an injury on the field, injured Ohio defender. It seems like Clifford's going to be done because he's still in pads, but he's already got a towel around his neck, and he seems to be okay with being pulled early in favor of Drew Allar here in this third quarter, and then give him some time. Maybe give Christian Veilleux some time, in the fourth quarter. Bo Perbula as well, but I would think Veilleux's going to get the nod since he, was the backup quarterback last year behind Clifford. So, Clifford, Allar, Veilleux, Perbula is your 4 quarterbacks. It looks like Nick Singleton's going to take the running back reins away from Kevon Lee today, for the time being at least. First Penn State 100-yard rusher in 17 games. The game's not over just yet, but it doesn't look like, subtracting with tackles for loss, he's going to lose any of that yardage. Or hell, if Penn State would get 2 100-yard rushers today by any means. Nick Singleton, Kevon Lee, Katron Allen, and Devin Forge, probably your order at running back now. At receiver, still Parker Washington, Mitchell Tinsley. I feel like, Harrison Wallace has taken the 3 spot, though, from Keandre Lambert-Smith, so he moves to 4. And then you have Jaden Doughton. Malik Mega is making some plays on special teams today. Omari Evans has played a little bit, too, so there's your receivers, 5, 6, 7 deep. Tight ends, I don't know what's up with Theo Johnson. Like I said earlier, he did not play last week. They said he didn't travel, but as far as I heard from, he did. He was in street clothes. He's obviously there today. It's a home game. You got to be there, traveling-wise. Unless you're not on the travel team, you're not going. but it's been Brenton Strange and Tyler Warren at tight end. So we'll see if Johnson's ineligible for whatever reason or if he's hurt. Because they said he was going to try to play today, but obviously he's not. You still got Dinkins and Cross, though, but it seems like they're going to be redshirting Cross and Dinkins. Well, I mean, he redshirted last year. Why not give him some time? And up front, I mean, we might see, as this game progresses, some guys on the offensive line that have been backing up for a while. Hunter Norzad did go down with an injury. I don't know if he's since returned or not. We'll have to see. But, the line from left to right is Olu, Tangwell / Norzad, and then Shrugs, Wormley, and Wallace. And then defensively, they've been playing a ton of guys to begin with, so they're going to continue to play a ton of guys, I would have to think, here as this second half continues. But, Pinniger, okay, good from 25 yards on the field goal, missed from 42, though. Good on some extra points, of course. The defense got a safety after a Barney and Moore punt down at the 1. So it's there. Once again, the potential is there to be good, across the board, offense, defense, and special teams, to win some games and more than they have the past few years combined. And yeah, they're actually going to talk about the record. 7-6-14, 7-6-15. They won the Big Ten in 16, 17 won New Year's 6, 18 lost in the Citrus Bowl, 19 won in New Year's 6, but then 2020 they started 0-5 and then won 4 in a row. Last year in 2021 they started 5-0 and then lost 6 of 8. So 2022 here, what Penn State team's going to show up? 2nd down and 6. Drew Allar still in at quarterback. Aller. We're still trying to figure out how to officially pronounce it, but Drew Allar in an empty set. 2nd down, Singleton in motion. And quick slant over the middle, caught by Parker Washington, 1st down, Penn State. And then we'll get a late hit on Drew, number 15. 15 yards, automatic 1st down, it seems like. Yeah, they're saying Aller. I'm saying Aller. I've heard both from, of course, myself and announcers. So, personal foul, roughing the passer. With targeting, so they're going to have to review it, and he's going to be kicked out. So they're going to make up for the Penn State targeting from last week now. Yeah, that's targeting for sure. You can't lower your head like that, diving literally as you hit him, and expect to get away with it. He's going to be thrown out. He'll miss the rest of this game and then miss first half of Ohio-Iowa State next week. Yeah, that's targeting for sure. He'll be all right. He got a big smile on his face. Got that Penn State blue sleeve on his right throwing arm. Yeah, that's for sure targeting. He jumped in the air and then boom, lower his head. Yeah, you can't do that. Expect to get away with it. That's targeting. Right to the face mask too. Nice sidearm pass by Drew as well on the slant. Complete to Parker Washington. So they get the 1st down on the play, but then the penalty will tack on an automatic 1st down. Let's go, State. Penn State coaching staff sporting new polos for this year. Franklin's now asking basically what's the hold up with this, unless they're going to overturn it. Because they said with targeting on the foul. Last week they reviewed it, because you can, which is stupid, but is what it is. After review, what do you got? No penalty for targeting. No, it's still enforced, but he can stay in the game. No targeting. Are you kidding me? So last week's was targeting when it wasn't, and this week's isn't targeting when it is? What the hell? Nobody knows what a catch is anymore. Nobody knows what a penalty is anymore. Like, come on. Jesus Christ. 1st and 10, they get the first down, but no targeting. When that was clearly targeting. So bullshit chant once again. Penn State from the 32, 1st and 10. Drew Aller in the ball game at quarterback once again for Penn State. And he'll fake the give to Catron. Deep down the middle in the end zone. Caught, touchdown Penn State. Omari Evans, number 18 from Killeen, Texas, with the score. 32-yard strike, lobbed it up for him, and he came down with it. Touchdown Penn State, 32-7, pending the upcoming extra point. Victory we predict for thee, and still with 9:25 to go, Penn State is going to start, I would have to think, looking towards Auburn now next week. Extra point up and good. 33-7, could be 36-7. And they would technically be covering at that point at 29 as a 28-point favorite, but remember they missed that field goal. So 33-7 your score. Still got a quarter and a half to play. I think Clifford's day is done now. Drew Aller with his first ever passing touchdown. Goes from 15 to 18. And you're right on the money, too. Speedster and Evans. Boom. Aller's looking 10 times better than he did last week. Because some people were saying he looked pretty good on his one drive. Yeah, he was 2 for 4 or 25 yards. But the 2 incomplete passes he had, the one really wasn't his fault. It was a little high, but it was tipped. The receiver still could have, came down with it. And then the other one was, behind. He was on in for one drive. They ran it once or twice, too. They got a first down or so. But, yeah, I didn't look, bad, but he didn't look great either, as some people were saying that. Oh, he's like, the next coming of Jesus fucking Christ. Like, no. That drive, that pass at least was good. The future's here. The future is now, if you will, as well for Penn State football, on a 33-7 lead. 9:25 to go in the third. Defensively now, who are they going to, start to pull, and who are they? Because they're already playing a ton of guys on D to begin with. What's the rotation going to be? Who's getting playing time now the rest of the way? Because you're up 26. You don't want to blow it, though. Offensively, like I said, I think Clifford's day is done. He's going to finish officially right now, at least, unless he comes back in, at 19-27 for 213 and a touchdown, basically what he had at halftime. And then Drew is 3 of 3 for 51 yards and a touchdown. That to Omari Evans, who has a catch for 32 yards in the score. And from the Fort Hood area, Killeen, up to Happy Valley, Alar's first passing touchdown, Evans' first receiving touchdown. You know, Caden Saunders, Tyler Johnson, Anthony Ivy. Few of the other young wide receivers for Penn State as well. But Evans seems to be, you know, in that mix now with the top 6 receivers. 1st and 10 from the 25 for Ohio. Out of the pistol, and Chop Robinson and Adisa Isaac are there to make the stop in the backfield. Yeah, it seems like starters are staying in on defense for the time being, as are everybody else on offense. It was just the quarterback change for that drive. We'll see if, you know, he stays in. I would like to see him stay in now. You know, rest Clifford for next week at this point, and then come fourth quarter, if you don't want anything to happen to Drew, you know, put in another quarterback. This is that non-conference game that you're up by a lot. You know, maybe a little bit more than you are right now, but you know, you end up playing 3-4 quarterbacks. So, 3rd and long for Ohio, 33-7, Penn State once again. We'll see if we get number 33 coming off the edge and deny Dennis Sutton alongside Chop Robinson or not. It's been Chop and Adisa Isaac, PJ and the Dream in the middle. Looks like Jacobs and Johnny Dixon in the middle of the defense as well. They drop though. O'Rourke near side. It's going to be caught, but then tackled. Marquise Wilson, number 8, on the hit. And they'll be short, 4th and about 2 for Ohio, and it looks like they'll punt. So Penn State going to get the ball back. And with the lead, you know, it's helping out the defense. They're not going to have to, okay, we need to make a stop. We need to make a stop. But then when they still make a stop, it's a good thing, you know. So, yeah. Kick up and good. And fair caught at the 30 by Parker Washington. So 1st and 10 Penn State from there. We'll stick with it seems like. Actually, yeah, we'll stick with it. But they're going to take a commercial right there for a second. Yeah, Clifford's done. Here comes Drew Alar again. Number 15. True freshman quarterback. He's 18. Yeah, cramps, diarrhea. It was cramps, they say. Drew gonna hand off, nowhere to go for Singleton. Should have kept it and ran, dude. You gotta know the RPO better than that. From the 27, 2nd down and 10 for Penn State. Khalil Dinkins in the ball game at tight end, but Drew's going to go down the sack, so it'll be 3rd and long. You better be able to block for him for one. Better find a running game for him too, and he better, for 3, know to throw it away and not take a sack. He could have dumped it off on the crosser over the middle. That was Caden Saunders, number 7, true freshman from Ohio. 3rd and a mile from the 20. Drew pass, 10 for Evans. That's pass interference. You can't tackle him before he tries to catch it. Where's the flag? No, nothing, incomplete. Penn State will go 3 and out and punt. So we'll get Barney back out in the field for the first time in quite a while, which is a good thing as a punter. You don't want the punter on the field every damn drive. So, yeah. Incomplete. Penn State on to punt. Punt will take a bounce inside the 35, down at the 29.5. So 1st and 10 Ohio from there. Penn State still leads it here 33-7 with 6:39 to play in the third quarter. Texas up 13-10 on Alabama. Arkansas just scored again 28-16 now, early fourth quarter over South Carolina. Duke scored again as well, make that 28-16 as well over Northwestern. So yeah, 13-10. All eyes on Texas. 13-10 in the fourth. From the 30. Handoff. That's a hold. And then Vanover. And Vandenberg makes the stop. Yeah, Carter was there too. Sort of a gang tackle at the end. Vanover got to him first. 2nd down and 5 from the 35. Yep. O'Rourke, pass near side, incomplete. Wheatley on the coverage. Yeah, they're pushing their line back. They are doing a good job up front. And the good thing with Penn State, having the talent that they have, a lot of it's young. A lot of it's freshmen, true freshmen, sophomore, maybe a junior. You have a few seniors here, of course. Clifford, Mustafer, Parker Washington, probably be in the NFL next year. But defensively, moving forward, they'll get back to, okay, the defense is, I think still as it is, the offense is good, could be better, but Penn State's defense, the main, focal point. Because when you think of Penn State football, you think of them running the football and playing good defense, linebacker you. But, and then you have young talent at quarterback and running back, receiver, overall, now, this year, that they could be good, and in the coming years, that's what I've said before. If they can put this all together, watch out. Just watch out. Because they're going to be, I wouldn't say unstoppable or unbeatable. They're going to be in every game. But just watch out. Because there's a good chance they can get there at the end of the year. So, another Ohio punt. Both these teams now have been trading punts back and forth midway through this third quarter. 1st and 10, Penn State. Clifford's done. Drew Lars in at quarterback. This is his third drive from the 48, 1st and 10. Run the ball. Nick Singleton. And he stumbles, gets 4, 2nd and 6. So, Kevon Lee had a little workload early, but then Singleton with that 70-yard run, it's been him and Katron. Devin Ford's been in a little bit, but yeah, Singleton's your main guy, and even with the veteran experience by them anyway, with Clifford out, they're going to get, playing time. So Singleton on the run again. Yeah, just keep pounding it. Eventually you're going to break one. He can break it to begin with, but 4 yards, 3rd and 2. Yeah, there's Ken Wisenhunt. They show him off along with Danny Rocco, the former Delaware head coach. Like I said, head coaching experience on the staff, whether they're an analyst, consultant, not technically an assistant, but they're still helping out. Handoff Nick Singleton. Stiff arm, 1st down Penn State inside the 30, 25-20, 15-10, 5, touchdown Penn State. Nick Singleton with a 70-yard touchdown, and now officially 44 yards. And he might have fucking 200 yards rushing today. Penn State 39, Ohio 7. And remember, they missed a field goal too, I might add. But that's all Nick as he cut it. And then some missed tackles. Did not step out of bounds either. And he's in, touchdown. Right in front of the Ohio cheerleaders and Bobcat mascot. He's probably going to be done. He's probably going to be done now. Extra point by Pinniger. Up and good. 40-7 now. Penn State with 4:33 to play in this third quarter with 33 as the difference. So Clifford's going to finish 19-27 for 213 and a touchdown. Also has a rushing touchdown. He hit that line, and they're not running up the score by any means, but Ohio just can't stop the run. Because Nick Singleton now, he has 10 carries for 179 yards rushing and 2 touchdowns. One from 70 and one from 44. And Drew ain't looking that bad at quarterback either. 3 of 4 for 51 yards and a touchdown. That to Amari Evans. Yeah, Singleton 10 of 179 for 2 scores. Katron Allen is your next leading rusher for Penn State. 5 carries, 22 yards, and we're more than halfway there. Penn State up 40-7 on Ohio. Revenge from 10 years ago and the only loss in the series. And a game they should have never lost because they had it won and they fucking blew it and lost by 10, 24-14 in O'Brien's first game. And then they start 0-2 because Sam Ficken couldn't kick at the time. And they lose as time expired on a game, potential game-winning field goal that he completely shanked in the rain. And then they defeat Navy before they finish 8-4. They said that 2012 team was special a decade ago. But 10 years later, you see what Penn State has right now and the present as we talk about the past, but then you look ahead to the future. 40-7 Penn State. And Curtis O'Rourke is done. Dave Navarro's in at quarterback. 1st and 10 from the 25. They hand off. And 3 yards. Second and 7. Parker Navarro. I actually wonder if he is related to Dave. Because they were talking about Tim Albin, the Ohio head coach, him meeting Sammy Hagar. And then Navarro's in at quarterback, like rock and roll here today. Penn State's up 40-7. They're rocking and rolling all right. Marquise Wilson on the coverage, incomplete. 3rd and 7 for Ohio. From the 28, Navarro looking to throw, and he goes down in the sack. Johnny Dixon, Zane Durant. 4th down and long, and they'll punt. And guess who's getting the ball back once again? Penn State. Yeah. 4th down from the 23, Ohio on the punt. Parker Washington from the 37 on the return. Dance around and get out about the 45. So 1st and 10, Penn State from there. Should be Drew in at quarterback. I don't think Singleton's coming back in at tailback, though. Probably be Katron Allen. And then, if they'd want to put Devin Ford or Kevon Lee back in, maybe even Tank Smith if it comes down to it, it'll be Drew and Katron. We'll see who's playing up front of the line, but more so than not at receiver and then at tight end. From the 45, 1st and 10. Drew going to keep it for himself, and he gets to midfield for 5. 2nd down and 5. Fake the give, looking to throw it deep. He's going to have to tuck it and run that. Well, no, go. You can't throw it now. That'll be a penalty. Already crossed the line of scrimmage. He gets another yard or so 3rd and short. Yeah, he wanted to go deep on that. They're running a deep post for him down the middle of the field, showing off his arm talent. So 3rd and 4 officially from the 49. Alabama scores and an extra point away from retaking a lead at 17-16. Drew, pass near side, caught by number 7, Caden Saunders. 1st and 10, Penn State. Yeah, so a lot of freshmen are getting playing time right now. We are Penn State, and it is right. They're going to go hurry up here from the 41. Now slow it down a little bit. 1st and 10. And fake to get the Katron. He's going to tuck it and run again. And he gets to the 32. Yeah, it'll be 2nd and short. That's the 2nd time he's decided to run and then almost throw after he's already passed the line of scrimmage. So it could have been 2 penalties. Of course, you just got to know where you're at. But 2nd and short, 2nd and 2 from the 33 officially. And bubble screen complete. Harrison Wallace get a 3rd and 1 for Penn State. That'll probably do it, though, for the 3rd quarter. They'll switch ends unless they go hurry up here. They'll switch ends and go back down south. Have a 3rd and 1 to begin 4th and final 15 minutes of play. Yeah, that'll do it for the 3rd quarter. At the end of 3, Penn State leads it 40-7. They've scored 14 in that quarter. They've scored 21 unanswered, though, because they were up 19-0. And then 19-7 once Ohio had scored that touchdown. It's 26-7 at halftime, so the touchdown right before half. 2 touchdowns in the 3rd quarter. 40-7 is your score at the end of 3 with 15 to play. Could be 43-7. They missed a field goal from 42 yards out, but not really worried about that, even though I am. But yeah, got a 3rd and 1 to begin the 4th when we return. This is Drew's 5th drive already. They got the ball back a lot there in that 3rd quarter because they were forcing punts. And then they were scoring on top of it semi-quick. So, yeah, with that being said, we'll see how much more he plays. They're up 40-7. See if, Vayu or Pagula will get in to play quarterback today as well. like I said, it's that game now. You're up by how much? You know, you end up playing 3-4 quarterbacks, 3-4-5-6 running backs. Go through all your receivers. Get your offensive line some playing time. Defensively, like I said, they're playing a ton of guys to begin with, so that's going to continue. But yeah, so at the end of 3, Penn State's up 40-7. Clifford's done for the day once again. Going to finish 19-17 or 19-27, excuse me. 213 yards and a touchdown. Also has a rushing touchdown on 8 carries for 14 yards. Drew Alar, though, 5 of 6, 60 yards and a score. That to Amari Evans, as Tinsley caught Clifford's passing touchdown. Tinsley has 3 catches, 27 yards and a score. Evans, the 1 catch for 32 yards and the touchdown as well. Nick Singleton leads the way for Penn State on the ground. 10 carries, 179 yards rushing and 2 touchdowns. Katron Allen, the fat man himself, 5 of 22. Clifford, 8 of 14. The score is mentioned. Drew has 4 carries, 8 yards. Seems less, no doubt about it, but remember, he was sacked once or twice there. So, yeah, 4 carries for probably 20 yards, honestly. But 4 of 8, technically, once you add all that in. Parker Washington, 4 catches, 60 yards. Harrison Wallace has 4 catches, 35 yards. Omari Evans, 1 of 32. Tinsley, 3 of 27 in the score, as Evans has the other touchdown. Keandre, 2 catches, 26 yards. Katron, 1 of 22. Jaden Doughton has 2 catches, 14 yards. Strange, 1 of 12. Ford, 2 of 13. Lee, 1 of 8. Saunders has a catch for 8 yards. They're getting everybody involved. So, that's that. As we hit 3 o'clock here on the East Coast, with 15 minutes of football to be played. But been a good day of college football thus far, I thought. Got a good one down in Texas, in the capital city of Austin, with Alabama up 1, 17-16 in the 4th quarter. So we'll be keeping an eye on that. The eyes of Texas are upon us. See how it shakes out. But back to it, 40-7, Penn State over Ohio. So 3rd and 1 for Penn State to begin the 4th. It's incomplete. 4th and 1. Looks like they're going to go for it rather than kick a field goal, because, well, they've already missed from 42. So from here, about a 49-yard kick. 4th and 1, they run a quarterback draw the whole way. Designed run, and he gets a first down. With as big and strong as he is at 6'5", 240, I'd hope to God, he'd get the first down like Roethlisberger or Josh Allen. First and 10. So they keep the drive alive, move the sticks. Going to try to score again here. Drew going to hand off, and that's Katron Allen. Easy. Get about a yard or so, 2nd and 9. Second down. Saunders in motion. Alar going to step up. Voids a sack. Caught. Touchdown Penn State. Khalil Dinkins from the 4-1-2. He catches his first Penn State touchdown. 28-yard strike and another touchdown for Penn State. Hey, Oprah must be in charge. You get a touchdown. You get a touchdown. You get a touchdown. 46-7. Drew with 2 passing touchdowns now. Yeah, avoided the sack. Kept looking, and Dinkins is wide open. Put it right over the backer. And, yeah, touchdown. 6 of 8, 88 yards and 2 scores. Extra point up and no good. What the fuck was that? They've left 4 points off the board now. It should be 50-7. What the hell happened on that? Completely shanked it. Liking what I see. He's looking 10 times better than he did last week. He is. Of course, this is against Ohio, and this is against, some backups now. On top of that, even though he's throwing some starters and some guys that are, his age that over time get more accustomed, get used to each other, build that connection. Later on, it'll be even better. No, but he's looking pretty good. I think he should be done now. Next time they're on offense, have either Vayu or, and it's actually pronounced Vayur, not Vayu, even though that's how it's spelled. He is Canadian, as is O'Rourke for Ohio. But, maybe they throw in Pagula as well, but Alar has now played in 2 games. And he's looking good, so 4-game limit or not, come middle of the year, late in the year, they might have a 2-quarterback system going if they need it. So yeah, I'd say next drive on offense, you're putting somebody else in at quarterback. If not, all right, that's perfectly fine. Let them play. But then you're running the ball, you're working clock. They got an issue at kicker. That's a missed extra point by Pinniger. That I don't know where the hell he was kicking it. It went here, doinked off of this, went that way, no. And they missed a 42-yard field goal. They got a kicker issue. They don't have a punter problem. They got a kicker issue. And kickoff specialists are fine, but they got a kicker issue with extra points and field goals. Okay? So we'll see if that gets worked out or not. And then still up front, of course, on the offensive line. Ain't going to get any easier. But they haven't looked bad. Can always be better with everything else, too. But, they're up 46-7 now. They've left 4 points off the board. It should be 50-7. It does look like, knock on wood, they're going to cover now at this point, even though I didn't think they would at a 28 spread. But once again, at the end of the day, a win's a win. I don't care how you win it. As long as you win by 1 point, at least 1 point, or the, margin you're up right now, or anywhere in between. A win's a win. As they show up the Lion Shrine, that the ear, of course, has been cracked and replaced a few times. It was vandalized back in the springtime during graduation weekend. But 13:44 to play. We're going to reach out. We're going to touch each other. Touching me, touching you. Touching you. Sweet Caroline. Bum, bum, bum. As Sander kicks off. So good. So good. That tackle was pretty good. 46-7 Penn State. 1st and 10 Ohio from the 21. So... see how this defense looks here, and then offensively what they do then. But some big names, both offensively and defensively today, quiet, but that's fine, because there were sparks elsewhere that ain't gonna hurt them, because it'd be a different story if it was a close game like it was last week. It's like, why are you having a quiet game? Like, why aren't you making some plays? Even though they, have or are or do. Yeah. So. Second down and 8. Crowd still in it. I'm not surprised. These fans aren't leaving anytime soon. Handoff and then tackle by Marquise Wilson. And number 21 for Penn State. And Kevin Winston Jr. And yes, Dish Network, I'm still here. I know I haven't changed the channel in 4 hours, but it's because I'm also watching a Penn State football game. September Saturday in the fall. What do you expect? First and 10. They run it again. They're 7-8 yards. So now this defense giving up some plays, but backups are in. North Carolina in another shootout. 35-28 at Georgia State. And Tennessee gonna follow Ohio, Penn State here on ABC. We'll update some scores before we log off. Along with, still going to try to recap what's already happened this year in college football. So we'll probably end up saving all that for at the end here, 11:40 and counting to play. Another first and 10 for Ohio. From midfield. Out of the pistol. And they'll hand off again. Deny Dennis Sutton on the tackle. Hey, shut up. Knock it off. Damn dog. Second down and 7 from the 46. From the 46, out of the pistol, they'll fake the give this time. Navarro looking to throw. Punt fakes, Abdul Carter with a missed tackle. Winston Jr. is number 21. He makes another stop. They show off notable Big Ten games this year. Yeah. Penn State's got Michigan and Ohio State laying home in a 3-week span with the Minnesota whiteout in between. This is all after a bye week. So, ain't going to get any easier. It's one game at a time, though, still. 10:08 and counting, first and 10 from 38. Pump fake, and then he does get rid of it near side. And then some more missed tackles by this Penn State defense. I don't care if you're starters or backups. Like, Jesus Christ, learn how to fucking tackle. And I don't care if you're up, 46-7 or not. Like, come on. No. You got to learn how to cover. You got to learn how to tackle. And knock on wood, there's been no turnovers today by either team, which is a little bit of a surprise. I figured there'd be at least one, maybe two. But that, what that means for Penn State. I don't want to jinx them, but no turnovers today. They'll have a couple turnovers now next week, probably. From the 24, first and 10, another handoff. And 3, maybe 4 yards. Vandenberg on the stop. He'll come out for a play. But, Ohio State, Michigan State, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Penn State have been your Big Ten champions the past decade. Nebraska's played in the game. Iowa's played in the game. Northwestern's played in it a few times. As have the teams that have won it on top of that, too. So, second and 7. And Navarro pass incomplete. Nobody there. They're down. Yeah, Penn State at Auburn. Because remember last year, Auburn came up here for the whiteout. Penn State ended up winning 28-21 as that game was decided in the final few plays. So now Penn State has to go down south. They got to go down to the Plains, Jordan Hare Stadium, and take on the Tigers. It's a winnable game, but it's going to be tough. That pass going to be incomplete, almost intercepted by Jamari Budden, as it was deflected and ended up falling incomplete. So they're still bringing the pressure. 4th down. Ohio going to go for it from the 21-yard line on 4th and 7. Pass caught near side inside the 10 before Wilson and Mean Vanover make the tackle. 1st and 10. And you got to give credit to Texas. They just stopped Alabama on 4th down. Turnover on downs. Texas getting the ball back down 1, 17-16. And even without Quinn Ewers, as he got injured early, they've kept it simple. Talk about being balanced and consistent, sticking with it. They have Alabama right where they want them at. We'll see if they can hang on and end up winning it or not. But Navarro going to tuck it and run before he gets drilled at the 3-yard line. Be 2nd and goal from there. But, the teacher had taught, speaking of Nick Saban here, how much to his former assistants. And then he was 24-0 against them until just recently. Now, Sarkisian could potentially become the 3rd straight assistant to defeat his former boss. So now maybe the students are doing the teaching. 2nd and goal, Ohio from the 3. Out of the pistol. Navarro pass. What the hell that was. Falls incomplete, 3rd and goal. Yeah, it was like a knuckleball. I don't know if it got deflected at all either, but I don't know who the hell he was intending that for. Third and goal from the 3. Let's see what this defense is made of. And these are backups. See if they get a stop. Slant. Caught and dropped in the end zone, incomplete. 4th and goal from the 3. They'll go for it. They're not going to kick it. Down 46-7, 6:55 to play. Actually, they will kick it. I beg your pardon? Ohio will kick it. Penn State, of course, would still be covering at that point for anybody concerned. Up 36 if the field goal from 20 yards is up and good. Which it is. So make it 46-10. Penn State over Ohio with 6:50 to play. Duke, 31-23 at Northwestern with 1:20 to play. Arkansas, 35-24 over South Carolina, and Alabama leads Texas by 1, 17-16 with under 5 minutes to go. All Texas needs is field goal. And that's how A&M beat them last year. On a game-winning field goal as time expired. More points were scored in that game, but Texas might be upsetting the number 1 team in the country here. But at the same time, preseason rankings don't mean shit. The rankings don't need to come out until after this week or after the end of September. good decision to take the plus 20 for Texas. I can tell you that much.
If you don't stay in your deck, it's like the previous owner is still hanging around. So today, let's stay Bear, the #1 rated state, and make your deck yours. Bear, exclusively at
Yeah, all they need is a field goal. And remember, they already missed a field goal, or else they'd be up by 2 right now at 19-17. And then a field goal again would push it to 5. Alabama gets a back score, his game's over. Okay, they win. But then they already had that field goal. They score here, this game's over. Rather than only a field goal wins it for them. Like, of course, they're going to like to have a touchdown here. Go for 2 to make it a 7-point lead at 24-17 to put pressure on Bama then. But yeah, this game's going to come down to the wire. It's actually today's question of the day poll on social media, so be sure to go vote on it before this game wraps up. Or actually, that might have actually just ended, now that I look at the time. Yeah, because I put that up this morning, and only for the allotted time that, you know, the game from when it would start, okay, there's that difference, but then from when it would start to end. Yeah, so take that back. That poll probably has since closed. But you can let me know in the comments below here or on those post on social media. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe to social media. As always, links in the description below. Today for Penn State freshmen, 400 of the 528 total yards. That's 76%, 5 touchdowns. Wow. That's a stat right there. A good damn stat at that. Yeah, 5 touchdowns is 35 points. They also had a field goal, which is 38. Had the safety, which is 40. There's another touchdown by a non-freshman. The missed extra point and then the missed field goal. It should be 50-10 right now. But Penn State going to return it from the goal line after some hesitation. Here comes Nick Singleton. And he gets to the 15, so he should have just took a knee, but all right. 6:43 to go. And we'll see who's coming in to play quarterback for Penn State once we return, but they'll take another TV timeout here. But first and 10, Penn State from the 15 when we return. And coming up, we'll have final stats and scores from this game. We're going to recap the first few weeks of the college football season as well. We're going to update scores from games going on today on top of that. And then preview next week, along with give a recap of this game. So stay tuned. We're not going anywhere once this game goes final, as always. Just once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. If you'll tune back in tomorrow for NFL Live Watch Along Reactions. And on Monday for Monday Night Football and WWE Monday Night Raw Live Watch Along Reactions. All you have to do is hit the red subscribe button, notification bell next to it as well to stay up to date. Alabama trying to stop the clock. Of course, they can get the ball back here if Texas does score, whether that be a field goal or a touchdown. And Texas will return the favor next year. They'll head to Tuscaloosa with this home and home. And roll tide roll. They traveled well, as they always do anyway. Because when they came up here 11 years ago, that till Auburn last year, other than Ohio State and Michigan every year, or every other year, you know, for a big game, yeah, those fan bases, as Penn State does too on the road, travel extremely well. Field goal by Texas is up and good. 19-17. How much time's left? Remember that field goal right there, that was good. Would have made it 22-17 if they would have made the one earlier before halftime. But it doesn't matter. Not as long as Alabama drives and scores and gets a field goal and wins it themselves, 20-19, or a touchdown wins it. But what a name for the kicker, too. And it's not Dicker anymore. It's Bert, and Penn State's opponent next week, Auburn. His first name is Bert, like Bert and Ernie, or Brett Bielema. And Auburn, like the color Auburn or the university. And the dude also has a blonde afro, I might add. So, okay, here comes Christian Veilleux. Christian Veilleux, as he's in at quarterback for Penn State. Changed numbers from number 9 to 11. Bo Perbula, the true freshman, other quarterback, he's now number 9. Not a good sign for Texas. Quinn Ewers is in a sling on the sideline, but they have a 2-point lead over Alabama, 19-17. So Tide are going to have to drive and kick a field goal to win it, or score a touchdown. As there are officially, time-wise, how much time's left? About a minute and a half. 1st and 10, Penn State, though, from the 41. Veilleux looking to throw. Complete. Tank Smith, 38. From Penn Hills. He gets a 2-yard catch. 2nd down. $18 different players with a reception today for Penn State. Veilleux bubble screen complete to Amari Evans. Loses a few. 3rd and long. Northwestern loses. Duke defeats Northwestern 31-23. So they defeat Nebraska and Ireland week 0. They were off last week and then they lose at home to Duke today. 31-23 Blue Devils over the Wildcats. Penn State plays Northwestern on October the 1st, which is 3 weeks from today. Alabama's kicker starting to warm up on the sideline. They trail by 2, 19-17 at Texas. Pass over the middle, incomplete. 10 for Dinkins. It'll be 4th down, and Penn State will punt. So Barney Amore will get another opportunity to showcase his leg. Penn State up 46-10, 4:27 to play. And Arkansas is up 42-24 with 5 to play, so that game's over for the most part, it looks like. All eyes on Alabama, Texas here. Can they drive? Can they get in field goal range? Or at the 42, can they get in field goal range for a game-winning touchdown, or can they score a touchdown and just win it outright? He's going to be right there at 1st down marker. Looks to be enough for a 1st down. So, 1st and 10 Ohio when we return. But he makes this. The difference was the missed field goal right before halftime for Texas. Because if they have that, they're up 22-17 right now with that last field goal. And then Alabama needs a touchdown right now, rather than only need a field goal because they missed that field goal earlier. So we'll see if Alabama can kick a field goal here. Or, once again, like I said, score a touchdown outright and win it that way. But they're either going to survive a scare on the road, or number 1 is going to go down. And it's only week 2, so maybe 2022 is going to be like it was 15 years ago in 2007 with, a lot of top teams going down every single week. Because last week, 2 top 10 teams lost in Notre Dame and Utah. They're both still ranked. Of course, they dropped, but 2 top 10 teams lost. Alabama's on the cusp here. Bryce Young avoids a sack. Last year's Heisman Trophy winner going to scamper, and he gets out of bounds inside the 25. So they're definitely in field goal range. Touchdown for sure wins it. Field goal attempt, of course, could miss it, but yeah, he should have went down a sack right there. But he avoided the sack, decided to tuck it and run. Oh, he should have hit his man in stride. He would have been in the end zone, caught touchdown. Texas probably wants a hold. From the 17, 1st and 10, Bama. Bryce Young looking to throw, and it's incomplete. 10 for his tight end. What a way for Texas to lose this. After losing Quinn Ewers, he might be done for the year now. And then, the difference, the missed field goal right before halftime. But you keep yourself in it, and then you take a lead with a minute and a half to go, but then you give up a drive, and then you might lose here on a game-winning field goal or a game-winning touchdown. Bryce Young to the end zone, incomplete. Remember, this is a rematch, and the first time they played since that game. 2009-2010 national championship game. Texas fans are probably saying Saban's putting out a hit on Texas quarterback so they can win, because that's happened twice now for Colt McCoy and Quinn Ewers. "13 seconds. Just don't turn it over, whatever you do, for Alabama if they want to win. At least have a chance to kick field goal. 3rd and 10. Pass going to be caught. He'll get out of bounds. So from the 15, it looks like they're going to kick it with about, 10 seconds? 1st and 10, Ohio, though, from the 8-yard line. Down 36. It's 46-10, Penn State with 4:16 to play. Bryce Young got Alabama in field goal range, and as they get about a half yard or so on that carry, we'll see if Texas is going to win on a game-winning field goal here, or if he misses, the game's over. Texas wins. Kick is good. But guess what? Texas called a timeout, so they iced them. Texas will have 1 timeout remaining, 19-17. About 10 seconds left here. Ohio with their third quarterback in the ball game as well, getting blown out on the road. DDS denied Dennis Sutton on the hit. Crowd has since fizzled out, but nice 75 and overcast day in Happy Valley for the home opener. We'll go to Auburn this time next Saturday afternoon at 3:30 on CBS before they host Central Michigan on the Big Ten Network at a time to be determined before Northwestern comes in for homecoming. 33-yard field goal for the win for Alabama. Kick still up and good after the timeout. Okay, so Alabama back up 20-19. And Texas will get it back with 1 timeout and little no time remaining. Seconds. And their fans are saying horns down, which that's not a penalty for them. Players do it, yes. But you squib it. You don't want to give them a big return. So 2 for 2 on the kicks. The last one counted after the ice. But Alabama back up 20-19. And the difference now is the missed field goal by Texas right before halftime. They had that. Alabama needed a touchdown right there to win it. When they missed it, now all they need is, a field goal, which they got, and now they're up 1. Penalty on the play. Got a hold on the receiving team. 10 yards from the end of the run. 1st and 10, Penn State. Yeah, Vayer. Sal Franklin said that's how that's pronounced. Yeah. Yeah, because he's definitely going to be the third-string quarterback now, behind Clifford and Drew Lar, and then Bo Prabula, which Vayu will probably transfer now at the end of the year, if I'd have to guess. Texas on the return. They're going to have to play hook and ladder. They'll get one player on offense. We are Penn State. Malik Mega on the reception. Yeah, we'll pull up some final stats here in a minute. But, yeah, Clifford got pulled early in the third quarter. Pilar came in. He had about 5 drives or so, and Vayu's now been on 2 straight drives. So, 2nd and about 4. Empty set. Slant over the middle caught by Mega. 1st down, Penn State. Yeah, because we're going to have stats all over the place with as many players that played today. Here we go. Pass is caught at the 45, but they're going to say incomplete. And that'll do it. Alabama holds on. They come back and win it. Even with the win, Saban's pissed off. Him and Sarkisian. Talk it out. There's Gary Patterson as well. Now an associate at Texas following his departure from TCU last year. He asked him how Quinn Ewers was, and you could see Sark say something about his shoulder because he's in a sling. So Alabama wins at 20-19. Excuse me? Penn State, Ohio is going to ESPN News. Because it is 3:30. And Tennessee Pitt's about to kick off. And we're on ESPN News now. All right. 3rd and long for Penn State with 1:15 and counting to play. Penn State 46, Ohio 10. So they say screw the AKC dog competition because we're getting Penn State football. Tank Smith for 4 yards up the middle. Be 4th down. Under a minute to play here. Neither team's called a timeout in the second half. Penn State should be up 50-10. Should win by 40. But they're going to win 46-10 and win by 36. Offense going to go for here on 4th and long, but yeah, you don't want to punt and then give them the ball back and all that. But Texas still celebrates as they sing the Eyes of Texas. That has to sting. Big win for Alabama on the road. 20-19. Your final score. Penn State doesn't convert, so yeah, Ohio's going to have to come out for one play. We'll see if they knee it in a loss or if they actually run a play. But yeah, 46-10 is going to be your final score. Penn State's going to get to 2-0, just as they did last year as well. At Purdue and Ohio today, just like at Wisconsin and Ball State last year. And then a 5-0 start before they dropped 6 of 8. But Ohio will run it. And the final seconds will tick off. And the blue and white Penn State Nittany Lions defeat the Ohio Bobcats here this Saturday, September afternoon by a final score of 46-10. Ohio falls to 1-1. They'll play at Iowa State next week. Penn State 2-0. And will be at Auburn this time next Saturday afternoon, 3:30 on CBS. Be sure to tune back in for those live watch-along reactions live right here on YouTube. But we're not going anywhere right now. We're going to recap Penn State's win over Ohio by a final score of 46-10 once again. We'll have some final stats and scores. We're going to see what else is going on in college football, update some stats and scores there, along with recapping the first few weeks of the season to this point, along with previewing next week. But we'll begin with recapping Ohio and Penn State. But first off, give you some updated scores. Some games have now gone final. And then we'll get into Ohio, Penn State. We'll flip some channels around as well with some 3:30 games now kicking off. Have a safety in South Carolina, Arkansas as well, so they'll go up 14, 44-30. They got about a minute and a half to go. Washington State, Wisconsin's underway. Of course, Alabama just beat Texas, as did Penn State defeat Ohio 46-10. It was actually 11 years to the day that Alabama played at Penn State and defeated the Lions 27-11, I do believe the final score was. And what ended up, of course, being Joe Paterno's final season. You remember that 2011 team for Penn State? They were top 15 in the country, late October. 409 happened on October the 29th against Illinois in a 10-7 win. They actually play on that very given day this year as well at home against Ohio State. But then, of course, a week later, the arrest, and then a few days later, Penn State fired Joe Paterno. The 2012 team was special, as mentioned. With Bill O'Brien coming in, 2-year stint before going back to the NFL. Now he's the Alabama offensive coordinator. But the 12 team was special. They start out 0-2, a loss against Ohio and Virginia, and then they finish 8-4. Still could have went to a bowl game. Of course, couldn't. In 12-13 because of the sanctions that were, of course, dropped afterwards. But, Penn State hasn't had a losing season since 2004. I don't count 2020 because it was not a full season. It was only Big Ten play. It wasn't non-conference, as it was, supposed to be. But, 2020 was 2020, for that very reason. But Penn State starts 2022 out now. My 20th year of watching football, as I'm 26, will be 27 early next year. 2002 was the very first year I ever remember watching football, college and the NFL. So 20 years later, Penn State's 2-0. Steelers play tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Be sure to tune back in for those live watch-along reactions live on YouTube as well, as they'll be in Cincinnati taking on the AFC champion Bengals. Penn State 2-0, 46-10 win at home in the home opener against the Ohio Bobcats out of the MAC, who fall to 1-1 before they travel to Ames to take on Iowa State next week. Iowa State, Iowa coming up here momentarily. As is Tennessee and Pitt. We're actually going to turn this back on to ABC to see that. On ESPN, they're wrapping up South Carolina and Arkansas. Marshall is up 6-0 on Notre Dame on NBC. We'll turn on App State and Texas A&M as well, along with Washington State and Wisconsin. So give me a minute, of course, while I do all this. See what other games have since gone final, though. That's what I want to look at. And then we'll update, scores, a little bit later on here. Because we'll probably be on for another at least 15 minutes, if not longer. Because last week after the Penn State Purdue game, I know I talked for a good 45 minutes or an hour or so after that game went final. But actually, we're going to turn on Iowa State and Iowa as well, if we can. ABC, Tennessee, and Pitt. The Johnny Majors game, if you will. Pitt went down Knoxville last year and won. So they just got underway from Heinz Field in the Steel City. So that'll be on ABC. Up top, probably ESPN or ESPN2 here once this game wraps up with South Carolina. And Arkansas, probably ESPN2 because I think fucking tennis is on after this game. Yeah, it is. So we'll put App State A&M up top. In the middle, we'll keep it on Fox as it was. Yeah, Washington State and Wisconsin. And then come 4 o'clock over here as we had FS1 with Duke and Northwestern. We'll throw on the Cyhawk game with Iowa State and Iowa. That we'll see if either team scores a touchdown today or not. So yeah, let me reset here real quick. That's on ABC. That's on Fox. That's on Big Ten Network. And got 37 seconds left in South Carolina, Arkansas. They're down 14. They have no timeouts. The game's over. We'll let the final seconds tick off, though, before we change it officially. But then now these are going to be the 4 games, that I'll be watching from 3:30 until 7:30 until the night games kick off. Marshall could upset Notre Dame potentially. I think Akron has a good chance of beating Michigan State. I do. We'll see how that turns out. But yeah, some good games on. Houston, Texas Tech should be a good game, like I said too. Virginia, Illinois. So of course, there's going to be a few that I miss that I'll just have to, see some highlights. But later on tonight, the key games are going to be Kentucky, Florida, along with USC and Stanford, Arizona State, Oklahoma State, Michigan hosts Hawaii. You got Baylor and BYU as well at 10 o'clock. However, at 7:30, because Penn State plays at Auburn next week, I'll probably watch the Auburn game again tonight. They play San Jose State. So, for anybody interested, once again, that San Jose State Auburn game will be on ESPNU at 7:30. And then Penn State plays at Auburn next Saturday at 3:30. And I'll have live watch along reactions live right here on YouTube once again. So be sure to tune in then. So yeah, final scores now from earlier today. As it's like half loaded. Okay. Alabama 20-19 win over Texas. Arkansas just scored again as time expired. They're now up 50-30 over South Carolina. He's clearly down, though. That's not a fumble. And even if he wasn't down, the Arkansas defender who recovered it, as he recovered it, he was down. So your final score is going to be 44-30. Game's going to be over. Yeah. So as the Zebras huddle up, talk about the refs in the Penn State game. I mean, penalty-wise, there really wasn't many. We got team stats here. Penalties between Ohio and Penn State here this afternoon. There we go. And we're going to have an announcement with South Carolina and Arkansas. Yeah, game's going to be over. But they might add a few more seconds to the clock. Getting ready for Iowa State, Iowa. Washington State, Wisconsin's on. We're going to put on App State, Texas A&M, and then Tennessee, Pitt. And this follows Penn State's win, Alabama's win, Arkansas's win, and Duke's win. But penalties, yeah. Ohio had 3 penalties for 35 yards, and Penn State had 4 penalties for 35 yards. So, not much there, which honestly is a surprise. But yeah, let me finish up here. Final scores from today. And Alabama, as they'll still be the number 1 team in the land, defeating Texas 2019 against a former SEC opponent in Texas. Arkansas has now won consecutive SEC openers for the first time since 2003-2004. It's been a while since Arkansas football has been good. And I knew that last year, but even so more the year prior. But then seeing, of course, what they did to Penn State in the Outback Bowl, and then off to a hot start already this year. Yeah, congrats to the Hogs. Officially 44-30 winner, as that last touchdown I'm not going to count. So while this loads, you know what the hell's taking so long? Yeah, we're going to switch this. Maybe. There we go. So now on Big Ten Network, Iowa State, Iowa, once they kick off here in a few minutes on ESPN2, App State, Texas A&M. Remember, App State's, gone to Michigan. Actually, shit, that game ain't on ESPN2. It will be. I guess we'll watch Missouri, Kansas State in this final 10 minutes of play, even though they're blowing them out. Because I don't feel like switching that again, because I want to try to wrap this up here. App State's gone to Michigan and won. They almost came to Penn State in 2018 and won. Tennessee the same. They're at A&M. I want to be shocked, but we'll see what happens. But okay, so Big Ten Network, Iowa State, Iowa, ESPN2 for App State, A&M. But we're wrapping up with Kansas State hosting and beating Missouri 33-6 after a weather delay. It seems like Washington State, Wisconsin, and then Tennessee, Pitt. And now, of course, I can't get these damn scores to load. So we're going to have to look elsewhere. Which ain't going to be a problem. Let's give me a second. But yeah, we're going to talk, wrapping up Penn State here, defeating Ohio 46-10 in the second. They were 3 of 12 on third down today. Not good. They did have 572 total yards compared to Ohio's 264. They're pretty balanced. I mean, 338 through the air and 234 on the ground. Only 4 turnovers, or 4 penalties, no turnovers by either team. And, they had 3 more minutes of time of possession than Ohio did. But Curtis O'Rourke was 14 of 30 for 119 yards. Navarro came in, was 2 of 7 for 28 yards. And then O'Rourke led the way. He had 5 carries, 29 yards rushing. Navarro, 7 of 26. And Bangura had 7 carries, 25 yards in the score. Bangura also led Ohio in receiving. 2 catches, 35 yards. And then we'll pull up Penn State's final stats and scores in a second as well. But some games that have since gone final in college football. And then we'll recap sort of what's happened the past few weeks. And then preview still what's to come tonight. And then wrap it up with Penn State football and look ahead to next week when they play at Auburn. As Iowa's about to take the field. So they're back in black. This feels like a college football Saturday. Last Thursday when I had the Penn State game, honestly didn't feel, like Penn State football season because it started on Thursday night. It just felt odd. Of course, I watched football last Saturday, but today with Penn State on a Saturday, it does feel like a college football Saturday with all these other games on then too. So I don't know why this internet's being slow. I get it's disconnected after a buffer and then reconnected for the stream here twice today. But then this is normally good, but for some reason now, since the game's over now, it wants to act up and it's been very slow. So bear with me, trying to get these scores up because it won't pop up on my other device. Even though I have the stats from the Penn State game up, it won't pull up the other one. Some more technical difficulties. It is what it is. What can you do? It's technology. It's good, but it also sucks when you need it to be good. So, yeah. Notre Dame scored. They're up 7-6 now on Marshall. But, games that have since gone final. Arkansas defeated South Carolina 44-30. Alabama defeated Texas on a game-winning field goal 20-19. Ohio State won 45-12 over Arkansas State. Miami 30-7 over Southern Miss, and Wake Forest 45-25 over Vandy. Those are, of course, just your top 25 games. I had clicked on all FBS. What the fuck? There we go. Because Duke also, remember, beat Northwestern 31-23, I do believe the final score was. Error. ESPN must be down. Unless they're getting a lot of traffic. Because it literally just gave me the error on ESPN, which I've never got before. Never. I want to see about Central Michigan, so then when I watch Auburn tonight, watched last week the Ohio and Auburn game. Tonight, watched the Auburn game, watched Northwestern earlier, Saw Central Michigan last week. They were losing to Southern Alabama or South Alabama. We'll see if we got a game in overtime on CBS Sports Network. Again with University of Texas San Antonio. They're at Army, tied at 35. Pitt's up 10-0, 6 minutes in at home against Tennessee. Still waiting kickoff in Iowa City. And, waiting for that game to wrap up so the other one kicks in. 0-0 Washington State, Wisconsin. No, but final scores now. Here we go. Now this has everybody. Because there's good teams, especially Penn State, below the top 25 rank. And like I said earlier, if Penn State wins today, I would think they should be ranked come tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock. Going to Auburn. Probably, right now, if I'd have to guess, as a pick'em, I wouldn't necessarily say they'd be a road favorite. They'd be more so a road dog next week than a favorite, but I could be wrong. Like I said, next week's game for Penn State, gonna be winnable. Hell, they already beat them here. Why can't they go down there and win? The thing is, it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be a hostile environment, but of course, that's why they played the game. So we'll see how next week turns out, but hopefully you tune in and watch my live watch-along reactions. Okay, final from earlier today. And last night we had two games with Louisville and Boise State both winning. Alabama's a 20-19 winner over Texas after a game-winning field goal. Ohio State won over Arkansas State 45-12. Miami 30-7 over Southern Miss. Arkansas 44-30 winners at home against South Carolina. Wake Forest 45-25 defeating Vanderbilt. Minnesota put up 62 on Western Illinois, 62-10. Duke 31-23 defeating Northwestern in the battle of who's smarter. Penn State, of course, 46-10 defeating Ohio. And North Carolina, they are now 3-0 after they played week 0. 35-28 winner at Georgia State. Ongoing right now in college football. As mentioned, Pitt's up 10-0 over Tennessee. Kansas State 33-6 over Mizzou. Washington State, Wisconsin at 0. Iowa State, Iowa finally about to kick off. So we'll wave to the Iowa Children's Hospital before the game starts, even though they do that at the end of the first quarter. Penn State's Thon game for the kids is in 2 weeks against Central Michigan. In the meantime, though, University of Texas San Antonio and Army are tied at 35. Speaking of Central Michigan, they are losing at home in the fourth quarter against South Alabama, 31-10. NC State 55-3 over Charleston Southern. Utah's up 59-7 over Southern Utah. That's either 52 or 59 unanswered because that game was tied at 7. I don't know who scored first, though. Temple 21-13 over Lafayette. Ball State 16-14 at halftime over Western Michigan. Marshall has retaken the lead at Notre Dame 9-7 right before halftime. Clemson 14-3 against Furman. Tie ball game with App State and A&M 0-0. Pitt, of course, 10-0 over Tennessee. Washington State and Wisconsin at 0 as well. Air Force leading Colorado 10-0. Memphis 7-0 over Navy. Cincinnati the same score over Kennesaw State. Maryland and Charlotte tied at 7. Georgia hosting Samford. Michigan State hosting Akron. They both just kicked off 0s. Virginia and Illinois the same, as is Indiana State and Purdue. You can add Wagner and Rutgers, Eastern Kentucky and Bowling Green to that list too. But still to come tonight, Houston, Texas Tech, UNLV, Cal, Portland State, Washington, Iowa State, Iowa, Northern Colorado, Wyoming, Norfolk State, James Madison, Middle Tennessee State, Colorado State, Alabama State, UCLA, Incarnate World, Nevada, Kansas, West Virginia, Old Dominion, East Carolina, Holy Cross, Buffalo, Robert Morris, Miami, Ohio, Gardner Webb in Coastal Carolina, Southeast Louisiana State, Florida Atlantic, UAB, Liberty, Kent State played at Washington. They play at Oklahoma today, and they play at Georgia next week. 0-3 after next week, mark my words. I'd be shocked if they upset the Sooners, let alone the national champion Bulldogs, when they already lost to the Huskies out in Seattle last Saturday night. Oklahoma's got a big road test, though, next week at Nebraska. They beat, who was it, UTEP last week. They host Kent State before they go to Lincoln next week. And then, of course, in a few weeks from now, the Red River rivalry between Texas, who just lost to Alabama at home by 1. Of course, Texas and OU both joining the SEC no later than 2025. Kentucky, Florida is also tonight. Central Arkansas and Ole Miss, Syracuse, UConn, Western Carolina, Georgia Tech. I know I said all these earlier, but just going back through for my sanity. UMass, Toledo, Weber State, Utah State, Alcorn State, Tulane, Lamar, SMU, Howard, South Florida, along with Northern Illinois, Tulsa, Eastern Michigan, Louisiana, Lafayette, Alabama A&M, Troy, Florida International, Texas State, Stephen F. Austin, Louisiana Tech, USC Stanford's on ABC at 7:30. We'll see how SC fares with Lincoln Riley now in the Pac-12 after they put up 66 on Rice, as mentioned earlier. Arizona State, Oklahoma State, good low-key non-conference game tonight too. Penn State plays at Auburn next week. Auburn hosts San Jose State at 7:30 as well. Southern at LSU, Georgia Southern, Nebraska, Texas Southern, North Texas. Is there another Southern team next in line? No. McNeese State, Rice. Hawaii plays in the Big House against the Michigan Wolverines tonight. Tarleton and TCU, Idaho, Indiana, Boston College, Virginia Tech, Idaho State, San Diego State, Nicholls State, Louisiana Monroe. Eastern Washington plays at Oregon. We'll see how Oregon looks, against not a team of their caliber. Oregon's just not going to be as good this year, it seems like. Cristobal's in Miami. They just got beat bad by Georgia last week. Basically a road game. It was in Georgia's own backyard, but still a neutral site in Atlanta. Oregon can still be, along with Washington, Stanford, maybe even Oregon State, Utah. One of the teams to beat in the Pac-12 North. It seems like the South's going to be USC's. But of course, still a lot of football left to be played. New Mexico State, UTEP, Baylor, BYU late tonight at 10 o'clock from Provo in a top 25 showdown. Oregon State, Fresno State, and Mississippi State, Arizona. We've gone final in overtime. University of Texas San Antonio defeats Army 41-38 in OT from West Point. So Army loses, and then everything else is still ongoing. We're going to hold off now on recapping because I really want to talk about this Penn State game. What's happened the first few weeks of the college football season, okay? Week 0, Week 1, Week 2 here today. As we had no games on Thursday because of the NFL kickoff, 2 games last night, everything else today, and then we'll have more action in the next week. But count this. We'll recap the first few weeks of the college football season because we'll recap college football tomorrow during the NFL anyway. We'll recap the first few weeks of the college football season tomorrow night during Sunday Night Football, Buccaneers, Cowboys. Even though I'll be on earlier for Steelers, Bengals, I'll be watching the Steelers and Bengals as Penn State, of course, my favorite college football team. The Pittsburgh Steelers are my favorite NFL team. So, try not to add in anything I don't need to and save it for later. So that'll be, and still talk about it, but just save it for later. And it'll get done when it gets done. We'll save the college football recap from the first few weeks and everything else that's, of course, because I'm going to be on from now until tomorrow afternoon. Everything else that's going to, of course, happen today. So now you know what games are still to come, but of course, we won't know final score until the game is played. And we'll have updates tomorrow during Sunday Night Football. So, and we'll recap Week 0, 1, and 2 than in college football. So with that being said, and we'll actually also preview college football next week then as well, and also the NFL sometime on Sunday, or hell, even Monday night. I know I did it. For the games this week on Thursday, we'll preview the NFL for week 2 though at some point in time by Monday night too. So mark my words, count on that. Just don't know exactly when, other than, like I said, Sunday night for sure, but then potentially even into Monday as well. But so I'll leave that at that. We'll recap, everything that we need to recap and talk about then, because who knows, there might be something that happens later on, tonight in college football, or hell, even tomorrow in the NFL that might be a big thing to talk about, to discuss. But in the meantime, of course, the reason while we're here is the Penn State game. Ohio at Penn State. It was a 12 noon kick on ABC from Beaver Stadium right here in Happy Valley, State College, University Park, Pennsylvania. The family reunion for the 110,000, and Penn State's first home game since senior day last year, in which they defeated Rutgers. They shut them out 28-0. They almost had a shutout today against Ohio as well. It was 19-0 at one point, 19-7, then 26-7 at halftime. So that's 2 straight games. Penn State scored at least 21 points in the first half. So we'll see if that keeps up next week or not. And then after that, 40-7, 46-7, 46-10 is your final score. Should have been 50-10. They missed an extra point and missed a field goal. So, like I said earlier, they have some issues with Jake Pinniger as the kicker. At punter, though, Barney Moore, he seems to be doing all right. Of course, he downed them inside the 5 with a 1, and then a play later they got a safety. That's why you had the odd score there for a little bit. And then, the kickoff specialist, whether it be the backup kicker in Sanderson Haydak or Gabe Owusu, the backup punter, they're, kicking it deep as they rotate and, creating touchbacks and, no returns in the return game. So then the opponent's starting, inside the 25 for the most part, on every single drive after a kickoff. Now, after a punt or a turnover on downs, might have good field position, but Penn State with an early 7-0 lead. Sean Clifford with a rushing touchdown. He also had a passing touchdown, so he's had 7 total touchdowns in the first 2 games, as he accounted for all 5 in the 35-31 win at Purdue last Thursday. From that, another touchdown, the safety to make it 16-0. Then you had the field goal at 19-0. Then Ohio had scored 19-7. Penn State scored right before halftime. As Parker Washington was to have that touchdown, they overturned it though, said he stepped out of bounds. A play later though, Mitchell Tinsley caught a touchdown pass from Clifford, and Penn State then went up 26-7 at halftime. They only burned 1 timeout the whole entire game, and it was in the first minute of the game, which I said then, we'll see if this comes back to bite them before halftime. It obviously didn't. Penn State even covered the spread too at 28, I might add, for anybody interested in that, winning by 36. But Clifford had a rushing touchdown to go up 7-0. They scored again. It was a 70-yard touchdown run by true freshman number 10, Nick Singleton. He finished with 10 carries for 179 yards rushing and 2 touchdowns. The other was from 44 yards out later on in the game. And then you had the safety, then you had the field goal, and then you had the Clifford passing touchdown to Parker Washington that got overturned, but from the 7-yard line, 1st and goal, passing touchdown to Mitchell Tinsley. He's had a touchdown reception in each game so far this season as well. So 26-7 your halftime score. Penn State then got the ball to begin the third quarter. Clifford only played, I believe, in 1 drive. in the third quarter because they pulled them with about 11 minutes to go in the third. In came true freshman number 15, Drew Alar. He finished 6 of 8 for 88 yards passing and 2 touchdowns. Okay. So they pulled Clifford. Wasn't hurt. They just resting him for next week, getting some guys behind him experience, and rightfully so, especially when you have the depth and the talent there. Why not, see what they got? Even though coaches know what they have, to play them in game, to allow us fans to see it, that's a different story. So then, Drew came in. He had 2 passing touchdowns. One was to Omari Evans, and the last one was to Khalil Dinkins. Evans is a true freshman from Killeen, Texas. Dinkins is a redshirt freshman from Pittsburgh. Attended North Allegheny just like Joey Porter Jr. did. They in the third quarter there, like I said a little bit ago, they're forcing a lot of punts. And then they're attacking on their lead. It felt like they had the ball a lot in the third quarter, and they just kept driving and scoring. Like, another one bites the dust, basically. And another one did. Down goes Purdue. Down goes Ohio. Auburn, you're next. And Penn State, once again, has scored at least 21 points in the first half. And we'll see how they play on the road next week, because they do have a tough road slate this year, especially early on. But they already went to Purdue. They go to Auburn. And they come back for 2 before a bye week. And then they go to Michigan. And then they get Minnesota and Ohio State. They have two-game homestands this year. And then in November, just as it was last year, it was away, home, away. They split. Yeah, it's away, home this November. And they'll be home after Thanksgiving for the Battle of the Land Grant Trophy against Sparty. But no, today against the other green and white team in Ohio, getting revenge from a decade ago in which they lost to the Bobcats 24-14 in Bill O'Brien's first game. I thought they, played pretty good. I mean, they were hitting on all cylinders for the most part. I mean, you got to give Ohio credit. Their defense played better than their offense. They stopped Penn State a few times. No turnover, surprisingly, like I said, by either team. Only a total of 7 penalties combined between the two teams. But Penn State still has to find a running game. It's got to be more consistent. I know Nick Singleton ran 10 times for 179 yards and 2 touchdowns, okay? But the first touchdown was from 70 yards out, and the second touchdown was from 44 yards out. And against this type of defense, even though they played good defense, Ohio that is, as good of a player he is too, yeah, he hit the hole and was off to the races. You're not going to get that against everybody, okay? And Kevon Lee played early on. Hell, Kevon Lee finished with 1 carry for 0 yards. He was in early, and then after that, gone. They weren't playing him, or he got hurt. One of the two, because Singleton then took over. And then Katron Allen got in, a little bit later on. He played, some significant time, though, throughout the whole entire game. But then once they pulled Singleton, Katron was next up. He finished 6 carries for 23 yards. And then also had 1 catch for 22 yards as well. So, like they said, at the time, it's going to be more than this now, but they finished with 575 total yards. They said at that point in time, 400 of the 500 and whatever the last 2 numbers were before it finished at 575, 400 of the 500 plus total yards were by freshmen today for Penn State. And then 18 different receivers caught a pass. So I said earlier, they're dishing it out. And that's with the depth, the talent that they have. There's a ton of potential. If they can put it all together and, sync it up and click all at once. And, the defensively, playing as many players as they're playing. Get people experience when it comes down to it. You know what the hell you're going to, have. So, Penn State with a big win. I didn't think they'd cover. They did. They proved me wrong in that category. They've covered now twice this year. They're a 3.5-point road dog, a road favorite last week. They won by 4. And then they're a 28-point home favorite today and won by 36. Like I said, next week, it's probably going to be close to a pick 'em. They're honestly probably going to be favored to start the week, but it's probably going to go down as the week, moves on because Auburn's playing at home. We'll see if Brian Harson's going to have a female assistant of his, help him out to pick up the win or not. But I'm not going to be shocked come next Saturday if Penn State's going into Auburn as an underdog. I'm not. But then they'll be favored against Northwestern or Central Michigan and Northwestern, as both teams are losing or have lost today. And then the bye week. That's why I said last week too. They could be 5-0 once again, just like they were at the start of last year, going into mid-October. And then that bye week comes a week earlier than it did. Like, say, I'm not saying they still would have won out to Iowa, won or lost, which they lost by 4. Or make that 23-20. They lost by 4 to Michigan, 21-17, that's right. And 2 by Illinois, 9 overtimes, 9 to Ohio State, 3 to Michigan State, lost in the bowl game to Arkansas. All 6 losses were by 10 points or less. They finished 7-6 after starting 5-0, dropping 6 of 8 down the stretch. I'm saying this year in 2022 again, they can start 5-0, and then that bye week comes right at the perfect time before they go to Michigan. But they got to go to Michigan, then they get Minnesota for the whiteout, and then Ohio State's going to be an early kick, so they say, potentially for the stripeout. So come mid-late October, they might be 5-0, they might be 8-0, they might be 5-3 as they were, they might be anywhere in between, or hell, even worse off than that. Hopefully not, but that's the thing. The potential is there for Penn State football once again this year, and then in the years to come, because talk about that freshman yardage, from today's game. That's how young they are, and then if they all stick around and they put it all together, then they can't get it done now. Once again, whether it be now, later years from now too, watch out. Just watch out for Penn State football. That's all I'll say. Watch the hell out, okay? I know, other fan bases are going to say, well, you're full of shit and, shut the fuck up and all that. But I'm telling you, as big of a Penn State fan as I am, there's some serious fucking potential with this team. Whether James Franklin's the head coach or not, the way he's recruited, and then the in-game coaching, which can always be better, that's been his biggest downfall, along with up front on the offensive line. But so far this year, I think the O-line hasn't looked that bad. Of course, can be better, just like anything else. They still got to find a fucking running game, though. Because even though, like I said, Nick Singleton finished with 10 carries, 179 yards rushing, and 2 touchdowns. And as a team, they ran it a total of 34 times for 234 yards rushing and 3 touchdowns. Clifford, of course, had a quarterback sneak to go up 7-0. He finished 8-1-4, 8 carries, 14 yards, and a score for Central PA. Katron Allen was a second leading rusher today. 6 carries, 23 yards rushing. Okay? It's got to be more consistent. Last week they had 3 rushers for 30 yards. I'm taking the 10 for $179 and 2 scores, no doubt about it. But if Singleton's the guy, who's stepping up behind him? Who's going to be that number 2? Is it going to be Kevon? Is it going to be Fat Man? Is it going to be built Ford, tough Devin Ford? So they still got to find a more balanced and consistent running game. Clifford, with as many touchdowns as he had now, these first 2 games, 7 total, 5 last week, 2 today, 1 passing, 1 rushing. And then Drew Alar as his backup, looked all right last week, looked even better though today with his 88 yards passing and 2 scores as well. And then even Christian Veilleux finished 6 of 7 for 37 yards passing in garbage time in the final few minutes of the game. So they have the depth, they have the talent. Clifford's your starting quarterback. If something would happen though, Drew Alar's perfectly fine. You just got to be able to block for him, run the damn ball, and check down to your tight ends. Open it up every once in a while. It seemed like he wanted to take a couple of deep shots, no doubt about it. And hit Amari Evans from Killeen, Texas for a 32-yard touchdown, and then Dinkins later on. But overall, I mean, a win's a win, no doubt about it. It might sound like I'm still pissed off or trying to figure out how to put them down with how they played. Of course, they left 4 points off the board. Those 4 points could be a win or a loss in Big Ten play. They got to fix the kicking issue. Jake Pinniger right now with a missed field goal from 42 yards out that really is a given, a 50-50 given that he's either going to make it or miss it. When you have Sanders Haydak behind him, it seems like he has a good leg on him from kicking off. And Barney's a good-ass punter. So, at least so far he's been. He's downed them, inside the 20 and 10 and 5 a lot, including today at the 1, and then a play later they got a safety. So, missed 42-yard field goal and then a missed chip shot extra point. Like, that's unacceptable. They got to fix the kicking issue, and still, even with 234 yards rushing as a team and Singleton having 179 of that and 2 touchdowns, they got to find a more balanced and consistent running game down the stretch. We're 2 games in. We still got at least 10 more games, hopefully 12, 13 more games, from now until mid-January. If they're going to want to win more football games this year, it's got to be more balanced and more consistent. You got to be able to run the football. Because not every game's going to be, as it was last week, 35-31 in a shootout, or let alone a blowout 46-10. You might have another 6-4 game with Iowa in which you're running the football, and then it's honestly what defense is going to make a, big play, who's going to step up, when the game's on the line. Rely on your special teams. That's what the kicking issue. Those 4 points could be crucial. Even with the 6 losses they had last year, all by less than 10 points, they had those 4 points that they didn't have today. I mean, that could either determine a win or a loss. So yeah, that's that. But like I said, overall, they're looking pretty damn good. They are, and they can be 10 times better than they are right now. So that's why I keep saying, with the potential that they have, watch the hell out for Penn State football in 2022 and beyond. Clifford's your quarterback. Singleton's taking the reins at running back, it seems like. Now, this is just one game, but he looked pretty damn good fucking last week, too. Because him, Kevon, and Catron all had 30 yards rushing. And I said then, it still needs to be more balanced and consistent. Well, it still needs to be, but I'll take it, no doubt about it. But yeah, it seems like he's taking the reins. He'll be your number 1 running back moving forward. But they're still going to split them. They're still going to go by committee, couple plays or a series apiece, because they've done both now. We'll see what they do next week. They're going to have to run the ball in order to win next week on the road. Because if not, Clifford's going to have to make a ton of plays. He's probably going to end up turning it over, and it might end up costing him the game. Because that was his downfall last year, because they haven't had a running game in 3 years, and now they sort of do. At least they're getting back to it. He had to do everything himself. And there's no IN team last I checked. There's 11 on offense, 11 on defense, and 11 on special teams. Okay? Like, run the damn ball. And if they can, and then along with continuing to play Penn State defense as they have for years, Penn State football will be perfectly fine. Okay? And then, of course, you continue to recruit the way he's recruited. He's signing a 10-year extension. I know I've said numerous times, well, here's who could replace him if he would, get fired or leave on his own, which the latter option's, a better choice. So then you don't have to, pay him his buyout. Whoever hires him has to pay you, and then you use that money to hire whoever you're going to hire. And then recruiting for them, like, they'll recruit the players who they see, fit. And then if it works out, it works out. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But mediocrity, disappointing for Penn State the past couple years. And that's what 2022 once again. What team are we getting? Because I honestly still don't know. Okay. 2020 they started 0-5. And then won 4 straight and finished at 4-5. Should have went to a bowl game, but they declined to because of COVID. They had the chance to, even with a losing record. I don't count 2020 though as a losing season because it was not a full season once again. Last year they start 5-0 and then drop 6 of 8 down the stretch and finish at 7-6. And now here we are again, 2-0 start, some tough road games early or middle of the season. Could be 5-0 mid-October. But then after that, that bye week. If they're sitting at 5-0 come the bye week, I'm not going to be shocked. I'm not going to be shocked if they're 4-1 though either. Say they lose at Auburn next week, or they beat Auburn and then lose to fucking Northwestern at home again on homecoming, late September, early October, like they did in Franklin's first year back in 2014, in which that was the game they removed the names from the back of the jerseys and went old school with it and have kept it the same sense. But of course, in 12 and 13, they put the names on the back of the jersey for those who stayed through the tough times. And then from 2012 in the home opener to 2022 in the home opener, common opponent, the Ohio Bobcats, to come full circle. But come bye week, 5-0 potentially again, like they were last year. But then you go to Michigan, you get Minnesota. Minnesota's looking pretty good right now. I get, okay, they played New Mexico State and Western Illinois, 38-0 and 63-10, I think it was. But at Michigan, Minnesota, and then Ohio State before you get into November, it's still a long-ass season. One game at a time. There's potential with Penn State football, and I'll leave it at that, so watch out once again. But, no, today, Clifford looked good. Drew looked good. Hell, even Veilleux looked good. Nick Singleton, of course, running back, looked pretty damn good, too. K-Tron was your second best leading rusher today, as Kevon Lee had 1 carry for 0 yards, and then Devin Ford held without a carry again, but he's that running back who's catching balls out of the backfield in the screen game, as then Devin Ford had 2 catches for 13 yards. Penn State did decide to go for it on a few 4th downs. The last one I'm not going to count, but so technically I think 2 of 4 overall today, but really 2 of 3. They were good on the first 2, and then the third one, they I believe Clifford was sacked right before halftime, if I do recall correctly. Clifford looked good. Drew looked good as well. Veilleux 6 of 7 for 37 yards in garbage time late in the 4th as your 3rd string quarterback. But it was one of those games. You're up by this much. I said it a few times already earlier. You're going to be playing 3 quarterbacks. You're going to be playing all your running backs. You're going to be playing a decent amount of your receivers. And defensively, they're already playing a ton of guys on defense. So, they got more time then too. But then, of course, we saw some new names. Whether they're true freshmen, redshirt freshmen, or guys that have been around. Malik Mega played good on special teams. I don't know why he's not playing a receiver. But, Parker Washington, Mitchell Tinsley, Keandre played late in the first half, but then really nothing in the second half. And then Jaden Doughton, Harrison Wallace more so than not. I'd say your starting quarterback, of course, Sean Clifford. Drew Large, your backup. Nick Singleton's your starting running back, followed by Kevon Lee, K-Tron Allen, and Devin Ford. And then your starting receivers are going to be Parker Washington, Mitchell Tinsley. From what I've seen, I'd say Harrison Wallace at 3, and then Keandre Lambert-Smith now at 4, followed by Amari Evans at 5, and then Jaden Doughton at 6. Can't forget about Malik Mega, though. And then Caden Saunders played a little bit today as well. Hopefully I'm not missing anybody. I don't think so. Tight end-wise, it's Brenton Strange and Tyler Warren. Theo Johnson's either ineligible, academic reasons, or football-related issue with the team or something like that, or he's hurt. I have no idea. He has not played yet at all this year, number 84 at tight end. The offensive line, like I said, hasn't looked that bad, I've thought. It looked all right. they still got to, be able to block to find that more consistent running game. And then defensively, I mean, good God, they're playing four guys before they sub, like late in the game if it gets down to. They're playing four guys on the D line for D ends and D tackles, so 8 total. And then the linebackers, they're playing Elsden, Jacobs, Sutherland, Kobe King, Carter's playing some more. Well, last week he really couldn't because he got ejected. And then in the secondary, of course, Joey Porter Jr., Daquan Hardy, Johnny Dixon are your main cornerback. Kalen King's there as well. Jair Brown at safety. Keaton Ellis. Wheatley and Reed played a little today too. So give them some time. I honestly think they're going to be able to, more so than not than they were. They might still lose a few games this year. Because coming into the year, at best 10-2 with a low point of probably 8-4. Like the ceilings, of course, undefeated, but honestly, the ceilings 10 wins. The bottom, your basement's 6-6, because they finished 4-5 and 7-6 the past 2 years. They're 13-11 now the past 2 years total, counting the first 2 games this year as well. So they're 2-0 to begin the year. They're on a 2-game winning streak overall because they lost the bowl game. Unless, they lost to Michigan State at the end of the year last year too. So, yeah, because they split down the stretch. That's right. I think they're going to be able to click more, sync it together than they were last year. And now the defense ain't as good, I don't think, as it was last year. But with as many guys as they're playing, it might equal itself out. And then if they can, continue to play like this on offense, and then if, like I said earlier too, comes down to it, and Drew's playing in the more than 4-game redshirt limit, maybe you have a 2-quarterback system going for you. And then a running game, they might be able to, finally finish games like they weren't able to last year. 6 losses, all less than 10 points. Those 6 losses could have been a few more wins. They still went to the Outback Bowl, which is a damn good bowl game. They could have been a New Year's Six team, though, potentially. So, I mean, honestly, there's not really much else to be said. At this point, I'm just rambling. I'm just thinking off the top of my head, as I always do anyway, as I look at my depth chart here. So I said earlier, if you see me glancing down here, watching the game, especially with some new faces and new numbers, still trying to get accustomed, even though I should know. I know for the most part, like if you'd sit me down blind without looking at this, I've always been good like that as a numbers person. And it's honestly been sports that taught me that. Yeah, I think honestly they'll be able to win the games that they should have won last year this year, if that makes sense. So we'll see if they do or not. They got a tough one next week at Auburn. Auburn plays tonight at 7:30 once again against San Jose State. So we'll see how that shakes out. Because next week's Auburn game for Brian Harsin is going to be a big game for him because he's sort of already on the hot seat. What would be nice, of course, would be to, send him packing the next day after the game, which they want to do that. But they also fired Gus Malzahn. He went to the same Waffle House he always went to anyway with his buyout, and now he's the head coach at Central Florida. But, yeah, I think that'll do it, honestly. I'm going to read off these final stats and scores for Penn State football for how they did today. But like I said at the end of last week, if I, thought of anything else, I'd add it into this week, and I'll do the same, next week and then the weeks to come, as I always do anyway. So, of course, you can always let me know in the comments below what you thought of today's Ohio-Penn State game. Strengths, weaknesses, what they did good, what they did bad, etc. Your thoughts and opinions, and then of course looking ahead, to Auburn next week, because then you don't want to get too far ahead of, Auburn, Central Michigan, and then Northwestern. And Central Michigan's now 0-2. Northwestern coming off a bye after defeating Nebraska week 1. That's really not that bad of a loss for Nebraska now, because Northwestern lost to Duke. Like I said, you can get the bye week at 5-0 and be all right. But then how do you come out of that bye week? How do you respond at the same point in time of the year like you were last year before you drop 6 of 8 down the stretch? And that's what made last year disappointing, because all those games that they lost were winnable. And they could have been so much better than they were. But then here we are now. So, yeah. I'll leave it at that. But, okay, here's your final stats and scores for Penn State football. And their defeat over Ohio, 46-10 this afternoon. And once again, thank you for tuning in and watching my live watch-along reactions live here on YouTube. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Christian Veilleux in garbage time in the fourth quarter was 6 of 7 for 37 yards passing. Drew Allar, who entered early third quarter after Sean Clifford was pulled. Clifford finished 19 of 27 for 213 yards passing and 1 touchdown. Also had 8 carries for 14 yards rushing and a touchdown. Drew Allar came in 6 of 8, 88 yards passing and 2 touchdowns. And also had 5 carries, 11 yards on the ground. Sean Clifford had a rushing touchdown, as mentioned. Sean Clifford's passing touchdown was initially to Parker Washington, but they overturned it. It then went to Mitchell Tinsley right before halftime. Drew Allar's 2 passing touchdowns. One was to Amari Evans, the other to Khalil Dinkins. Nick Singleton led the way in the backfield for the blue and white, had 10 carries, 179 yards rushing, and 2 touchdowns. One from 44, but a long of 70. And then Katron Allen backed him up, second leading rusher today. 6 carries, 23 yards. Tank Smith, hell, he even had 2 carries, 14 yards late in the fourth quarter. But Kevon Lee, 1 carry, no yards. Don't know what's up with him. And then Devin Ford's the running back that's in the receiving game and did not get a carry, but he had 2 catches for 13 yards, so a couple catches for him. And then Penn State receiving, of course. Parker Washington led the way. He had 4 catches, 60 yards. Also, of course, a few good punt returns. Nick Singleton in the kick return had a few decent returns as well. And then Harrison Wallace, he had 4 catches, 35 yards receiving. Omari Evans, 2 of 30 in a score. Khalil Dinkins, 1 catch, 28 yards and a touchdown. Mitchell Tinsley, 3 of 27 in a score. Keandre Lambert-Smith had 2 catches, 26 yards. Katron Allen, 1 of 22. Caden Saunders had 2 catches, 21 yards. Tyler Warren, 1 catch, 16 yards. And that was on the opening drive. Excuse me. Jaden Doughton had 2 catches, 14 yards. Devin Ford, 2 catches, 13 yards. Brenton Strange had a catch for 12 yards, as did Liam Clifford. I don't know how I forgot about the little big dog, Sean Clifford's little brother. Yeah, Liam had 1 catch, 12 yards. Malik Mega even had 2 catches, 12 yards, but he played more so than not in special teams. But then as we get down the list here, 31 total catches by all these receivers today, for a total of 338 yards passing between the 3 quarterbacks. They got some time, later in the game. But Kevon Lee had a catch for 8 yards. So he had a carry for nothing, but then a catch for 8 yards. But I still don't know what's up with him. Tank Smith, catch for 2 yards. Singleton had a catch, but no yards, so that evens out too. But then, Penn State kick returns. Singleton 2 for 40, so a 20 average, and then Omari Evans 1 of 16. Parker Washington had 4 for 46, along a 30, but it averages out to 11 and a half, 12. Barney and Moore had 3 punts, 50 average, which is pretty damn good for a punter. For the brand, 2 inside the 20, 1 inside the 5, down at the 1, and they got a safety play later. Jake Pinniger, he was 1 for 2 on field goals, missed from 42, made from 25, but then missed a chip shot extra point. So they should have put a 50 burger on him. They should have won 50-10, but those 4 points with a missed extra point and the missed field goal Penn State wins it by a final score of 46-10 once again. So they're now 2-0. They head to Auburn next Saturday. I'll have live watch-along reactions live on YouTube then, so be sure to tune in. I just want to say thank you, though, for tuning in this afternoon and watching my College Football Ohio at Penn State live watch-along reactions. So, as always, that'll do it for myself, your host, Encyclopedia of Sports, Cool and Luke 96 live right here on YouTube. So, I hope to see everybody tomorrow for NFL live watch-along reactions, along with on Monday for Monday Night Football and WWE Monday Night Raw. Next Thursday, NFL action as well for Thursday Night Football. But next Saturday at 3:30 on CBS, live right here on YouTube, the Penn State Lions and the Auburn Tigers from Jordan-Hare Stadium on the Plains down in Auburn, Alabama. I'll have live watch-along reactions live here on YouTube then. Hope to see everybody then. Be sure to tune in. But until then, Penn State defeats Ohio today in the home opener. Final score once again, Penn State 46, Ohio 10, as the blue and white start out 2-0 with wins at Purdue 35-31 and against Ohio today. Covering the spread in both games, I might add, too. Winning by 4 as a 3.5-point favorite and winning by 36 as a 28-point favorite today. 46-10, your final score. The Nittany Lions defeat the Bobcats of Ohio and send them packing back to Athens as Penn State will hoist that gold medal in their face, celebrating like the meme that, hey, I just won a freaking medal, or gold medal with a broken freaking neck, if you will. But yet he's still like in second or third place, and he's celebrating, or fourth place for that matter, and he's celebrating with all his champagne. Hey, sometimes, all it takes is, one key play, one game to create that spark. I'm not saying that was it today, but, tying in the medal and the ceremony, and you get my point. I'm rambling at this point. I'm going to sign off here in a second. But, yeah, just once again, as always, thank you for tuning in and watching. Penn State wins it 46-10. Let me know in the comments below what you thought. Hope to see everybody, like I said, tomorrow, Monday, Thursday, and next Saturday for Penn State and Auburn. Live watch-along reactions, live here on YouTube. But until then, Penn State wins it 46-10 over the Ohio Bobcats today, getting revenge from the loss in 2012 and the Bill O'Brien's first game as the Nittany Lion head coach. So they lost then. They're now 6-1 all time, though, against Ohio with the 46-10 win here today. So, yeah, once again, that'll do it for myself, your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cool and Luke 96, live here on YouTube. Penn State wins it 46-10 over Ohio. Hope to see everybody next Saturday. Penn State at Auburn. Live watch-along reactions live here on YouTube at 3:30. We are Penn State. Penn State wins it 46-10 over Ohio.